Sound check, sound check, sound check. 1, 2, 3, sound check, sound check.
Everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. It is Tuesday, September the 5th, and I'm calling Planning Committee to order. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings, and in chambers today we have Councillor Beattie, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang, Councillor Kretsch, myself, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Alex Wilson, and Councillor Maureen Wilson. I don't believe we have any committee members joining us online today. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Danko, there are changes under item 10, public hearings. We have 10.1 applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 1310 South Service Road, added written submission from Costco Wholesale, and under private and confidential, 15.1 appeal to the OLT for lands at 186 Hunter Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment report has been added.
Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder that the agenda be approved as amended. Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Kassar. And I see Councillor Nan is just joined. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That's unanimous. Are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes from the previous meeting, item 4.1. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the August 15th, 2023 meeting as presented. Moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. No discussion on the minutes. All in favor or opposed? Councillor Taddison? Thank you.
Just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. Item 13, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Subcommittee, Report 23002, Item 11.6. And just want it noted for the record that the Ag and Rural Committee respectfully recommends that the staff be directed to continue to consult with the Ag and Rural Affairs Subcommittee prior to presentations and recommendations being forwarded to Council, and also that staff and the new Council be reminded of the previous direction as approved by the Planning Committee.
Councillor, is there an error in the minutes? Or
highlighting it, sir.
We're not discussing the minutes, though. It's just...
Didn't you just say discussion for the minutes?
Yes.
Oh, okay, well, that's why I brought that forward.
Thank you. But typically it's errors or omissions is the discussion.
I think this is an error on part of the staff that
we're not going to discuss that. Thank you, Councillor. Moving on. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. It is 11:01. Delegation requests. We have Joshua Bossinance respecting concerns about the McMaster Homecoming event on Dalewood. This is for the September the 19th meeting. I need a mover and secretary to approve the delegation request. Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just kindly request that Director Cirillo be...
Sorry, your mic.
Orange. Oh, now it's red.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Just to give folks a heads up, this is in relation to the annual fake homecoming in which the neighborhoods of Ainslie Wood and Westdale are treated like a personal frat party on behalf of the students of McMaster who are privileged to be attending post-secondary and a learned experience, also in which the neighborhood tends to turn into a portable toilet for the same students. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So Councillor Cirillo, or sorry, Councillor, Director Cirillo will be available for that meeting. Thank you. Had a mover and a seconder? Did we vote? No. Okay. Call the vote. That carries unanimous. Thank you. On item 9.1, appeal the Urban Hamilton official plan amendment application and zoning bylaw amendment applications to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of the decision for lands located at 487 Shaver Road in Ancaster in Ward 12. I need a mover and a seconder to receive this report. And just before we open the floor, if there's any discussion, there is, I understand, a legal report in camera coming at the next meeting. So this is just notification of this, this filing at this meeting. So is there any discussion? I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Pauls. No discussion? All in favor or opposed? And just once again, so everybody is aware, when there is a non-decision, it does not mean that the City of Hamilton did not meet our obligations. It simply meant that the applicant has chosen to not work with the city and go to the OLT. Thank you. That's approved unanimously. On item 9.2, appeal of zoning bylaw amendment and to the appeal of zoning bylaw amendment ZAC 21-027 to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decisions for lands located at 140 and 164 Sulphur Springs Road in Ancaster. Similar situation to the previous one. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Chair Danko. And just picking up on the comment you made a moment ago about what non-decision actually means, I was hoping to just ask Planner Fiorino, specific to this application on page 3, it lists 3 items, which are issues identified through the circulation as part of the reason why I believe this is being appealed. So through you, Chair, if you could just elaborate on what those mean and the role of the city versus the applicant and maybe why this is going to the OLT from, thank you.
Thank you. And just before Planner Fiorino answers, just a reminder that if there's anything on legal discussion or advice, then we do have to go on camera. There is a report coming at the next meeting, but please go ahead.
Sorry. Good morning. Through the chair, Michael Fiorino, planner on the East Team in the Development Planning Division. So as Councillor Cesar mentioned, there are a couple of outstanding reports and studies that would need revision. Obviously, without getting into some of the technical information that would be dealt with in camera, but these were not necessarily incomplete, but not, they were not incomplete in the sense that they were not provided to the city. However, the city and staff did require further revisions. Through the chair, if there's any specific questions, the tree management plan for for 141 64 tree management was required to be revised. An environmental impact study was still being revised, and I believe we were looking at some amendments to the draft zoning bylaw that were still needed to be resolved.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, just to summarize, we want to work with this applicant, with all applicants, and sometimes it maybe sounds like there's an impasse, and then applicants choose to go to the OLT rather than continuing to work with the city. And it sounds like that's what's happening here. Just wanted that to be on the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Just similar lines, and I appreciate the highlight on page 3. If you're familiar with hiking off Sulphur Springs, this is a pretty beautiful and pristine area, which is home to a lot of important environmental features. So it's disappointing to see this going to the tribunal when on page 3 it notes an incomplete environmental impact study is outstanding, incomplete tree management plan. It's very disappointing to see that there was not a willingness to sit down and work through these very important matters further and constructively with staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So if there is no further discussion, I believe I had a mover and a seconder to receive. All in favor or opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.3, Appeal of Urban Hamilton Official Plan, Amendment Application UHOPA-23-010, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZAC 23-025 to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decision for lands located at 509 Southcote Road in Ancaster. Similar story here. Need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Is there any discussion on 9.3? Councillor Cassar.
Thanks, Chair Danko. And just for the public record, I wanted to point out, and then get confirmation from Planner Fiorino, that this is a piece of land that currently has 105 most, and if not all, very tall spruce trees, mature spruce trees, that would all be removed. I believe is the plan that's been submitted. I just wanted to confirm if that is the case, through you to Planner Fiorino.
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, that is correct. The proposed tree management plan did show that 106 trees would be removed.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that on the public record.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to the vote. All in favor or opposed? Noticing a similar theme with a number of these. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to public hearings. The public has been advised of how to pre-register as a delegate for the public meetings today on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Item 10.1 is application for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1310 South Service Road in Stony Creek. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Yes? Okay, thank you. So we have Planner Mark Michniak. Mark?
Morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Mark Michniak, and I'm a planner with the Development Planning Division. Today, I'll be discussing Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment applications located at 1310 South Service Road in Stony Creek. The lands are located on the southeast corner of South Service Road and Vince Mazza Way. The subject lands have an area of approximately 2.36 hectares and a frontage of 168 meters onto South Service Road and 143 meters onto Vince Mazza Way. The lands are currently vacant. Surrounding land uses include commercial uses to the east, a Costco warehouse to the south, vacant lands to the west, zoned for mixed use medium density, and the Queen Elizabeth Way to the north. The purpose of the official plan amendment is to redesignate the lands from district commercial to neighborhoods within the Urban Hamilton official plan, and to redesignate the lands from district commercial to medium density residential 2, to remove the lands from area specific policy area G, and to create a new area specific policy within the Fruitland Winona secondary plan. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands from district commercial C6 zone to the mixed-use medium-density C5 zone. The zoning bylaw amendment includes modifications to the C5 zone. Some of these modifications include to define live-work and to allow them as a permitted use, to increase the maximum building height within specific areas, to locate 85% of the required parking within an underground parking structure, to introduce 1,000 square meters of outdoor amenity area, and to introduce a maximum and minimum density. The amendment will also include a holding provision, which will require completion of a record of site condition, updated functional servicing report, updated transportation impact study, and a requirement that the owner enter into a site plan agreement. Staff are recommending approval of both the Urban Hamilton official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed development is a mixed-use development with a total of 705 units within buildings of 12, 10, and 8 stories, and 32 three-story townhouse units. In addition, there is 1,282 square meters of commercial space proposed. The 32 townhouse units will be located directly onto Vince Mazza Way, with the 8 mixed-use live-work units directly on Vince Mazza Way. Buildings A, B, and C are proposed to contain 673 units with 422 one-bedroom units, 166 two-bedroom units, and 85 three-bedroom units. Outdoor amenity area will be provided via an internal trail network and a central courtyard. A total of 698 parking spaces are proposed, including 27 service parking spaces and 671 underground spaces. Access will be from Vince Mazza Way. We'll now take a quick look at some of the elevation drawings. Here you see Building A, which is proposed to be at 8 stories. Here you see Building B, which is proposed to be at 12 stories. And here's Building C at 10 stories. And here you see the elevations for the proposed townhouse units. We'll now take a quick photo tour of the site and surrounding lands. Here you see the subject property looking towards the east. These are the subject lands from the southeast corner. And here are the lands looking south. Here we see the neighboring property located to the south. This is a view of the western edge of the site. And here you see the lands located to the west across Vince Mazza Way. Here is South Service Road looking towards the west, and again looking east. And here we see the Queen Elizabeth Way located to the north. And finally, here we see the lands located to the east. As part of the planning approval process, this application was circulated to landowners located within 120 meters, and a sign was installed on the subject property. In addition, the applicant brought this proposal to the design review panel on November 10th, 2022. In response to the circulation, staff did not receive any public feedback. The noise feasibility report submitted with this application indicates that sound emissions from activities associated with the Costco have the potential to exceed sound levels during a worst-case scenario. Therefore, a Class 4 area designation is being sought. Staff are recommending approval of the designation and that it apply only to units within Building C and the 2 townhouse blocks adjacent to the southern property line, with the requirement that all noise mitigation and warning clauses be secured through a holding provision. In closing, the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments can be supported as they are consistent with the provincial policy statement, conform to a place to grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and they comply with the Urban Hamilton official plan and the Winona Fruitland secondary plan upon approval of this amendment. In addition, the proposed development represents good planning by, among other things, making efficient use of land and infrastructure by providing housing in an efficient form, expanding the range of residential dwelling types, supporting local commercial uses and planned transit, and finally, by contributing to developing complete communities. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Mark. I have 3 speakers on my speakers list, but I'll go to Councillor Beattie as the ward councillor first, if that's okay with committee. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I didn't get my red microphone highlighted quick enough. I apologize. Thank you for the presentation. For the benefit of my colleagues, an additional note that this is a former truck stop, Stop 50, best breakfast in town for the better part of 50 years. But the remnants are a highly contaminated site that this will serve to change. The original design, if we go back to the days of the Saltfleet Township, all of these lands were intended for employment lands at one point, and unfortunately through changes made by past council, the flip was made from employment land to retail, and now we are seeing a change from retail to residential. So perhaps slightly better than retail. But of course, I do lament the lack of employment lands and the disappearing inventory that we have. With that said, I do have a question, and you made note in your presentation, Mark, that there was no feedback. We did receive some feedback kind of in the 11th hour from Costco Wholesale. And through you, Chair, I'm wondering what is the mechanism that we may be able to perhaps address or recognize some of the concerns raised by the sole piece of information that we've heard back from the surrounding community?
Through you, Chair, Councillor. Yes, we did receive some feedback there at the 11th hour from Costco Wholesale. They noted that they had some concerns with some of the trail networks. They want to ensure that connections to the adjacent lands, specifically theirs, led to destinations and simply weren't dead ends. And these kinds of details will be addressed through the site plan control process.
Thank you. That's what I figured. I just wanted to make that part of the public record. A follow-up question. I have met with proponents that are in the gallery today. Hello, fellas. During that process, I did note that the parking ratio for this area seems to be on the small side. I'm wondering if you could speak to that fact and why we're contemplating what I would consider to be a lower parking ratio, given the fact that transit just started 2 days ago to the area. It's not a fulsome process yet, and connectivity is basically limited to motor vehicle. And I would suggest that the proximity to the 50 road interchange and the QEW network would see probably a high amount of usage by commuter vehicles. If you could speak to the parking ratio and the thinking behind that for the benefit of the committee, that would be appreciated.
Through you, Chair, Councillor. The proponents are not proposing any amendments to the parking ratios found in zoning bylaw 05-200. The only parking changes that are proposed would be to modifications to the bicycle parking requirements. They're introducing a long-term bicycle parking requirement of 0.25 bicycle parking spaces per unit and increasing the minimum number of short-term bicycle parking spaces to 20.
Okay, just to clarify through the chair, the parking ratios are the minimum standards set by the City of Hamilton, but was there ever a conversation about enhancements to that given the rather remote location that we're talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there were no discussions to increase the parking requirement.
I'll note that as a concern, and I've noted that with the developers, that the parking ratio seems small given the nature of this area, and I hope we don't end up in an I told you so situation down the road, but I'll save future comments for the end of the presentation, Chair.
Sorry, what is the parking ratio? Well, 5200 is 1-to-1, I believe, but what is being proposed?
Through you, Chair, they are proposing, so there are 78 units below 50 square meters, so they will require 0.3 spaces per unit for a total of 23, and there are 627 units above 50 square meters, so that is 1-to-1, so 627 parking spaces.
Okay.
Is the minimum. And that does not include any parking spaces for the commercial uses, as that can vary depending on the type of commercial uses that ultimately use those spaces.
Thank you.
Then through the chair, is this the only opportunity we have to address parking ratios?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. During this zoning bylaw amendment is the time that we should be implementing the minimum parking ratio.
Okay, I'll hold my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just for starters, could you help me understand what live work means? Just in hybrid, I thought most people are living and working sometimes. So what does that mean in terms of the unit size or configuration or allowance? Thank you, through the chair.
Through your chair, in this instance, the applicants have defined live work as a dwelling unit where a residence is permitted and where a commercial use may also be permitted with a maximum size of 50 square meters of gross floor area, which shall be located on the ground floor. Commercial uses shall be limited to a personal service shop, professional office, and a retail store.
Okay, thank you. Further to Councillor Beatty's comments about the Costco letter, I do recall an incident that was had in Ancaster where we missed an opportunity for a linkage for walkability, and I just wanted to go back to your comments about the linkage to the retail and to address the Costco letter would be had at site plan. But I am curious, it seems to me those linkages are important. Could you explain to me what policies will inform that? What priority will be given to a pedestrian link so we're not forcing people to actually drive all the way around in order to get into the retail stuff? Thanks.
Through you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't remember the exact policies at this time, but we do have a number of urban design policies found within, I believe it's Chapter B of our official plan, that outline the type of connections that you're speaking to, so ensuring that there is proper public, pedestrian connections throughout the site and to adjacent sites.
Thank you. So just assurance then that we wouldn't intentionally or otherwise be dumping the pedestrians into the middle of a parking lot. We would ensure that they have some connectivity that is safe and pedestrian oriented.
Through your chair, yeah, that's correct. We would at the site plan stage look at the adjacent properties as well to make sure that it's a functional sidewalk and pedestrian connection.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, my questions are very similar to Councillor Maureen Wilson in terms of understanding the live-work aspect of this. in other spaces that I've known, live work includes large, lofty studios. But then if I can also understand one of the appendices, and I know that this will be referred back to the report, but I'd like to understand, in your opinion, in your assessment and understanding, what were the types of uses for live work when you were assessing this presentation? What were some of the examples that were given to you when they spoke about live work arrangements?
Through you, Chair. Through the review process, the applicants never indicated any specific tenants for these types of sites. As I mentioned, it was personal service shops, professional offices, and retail. So just speaking from my experience is that typically it's like the first floor of like a townhouse unit would be that space, and there would be either a separate entrance or some sort of connection to the upstairs spaces, which would be the residential. I guess those three, again, speaking from experience, is just that those three types of uses are very, I guess, compatible with a residential type building. You wouldn't want to have something, let's say, like a restaurant or some sort of craft studio that could have some sort of impact on that residential.
Okay. I'll save some more questions for when the report is on the floor, but my last question through you, Chair, is when I look at this presentation and I look at this particular picture that you have on the screen, did the applicant look at noise barriers that might be alongside the South Service Road? That you did identify that noise may be an issue on the south side where we were looking at where it's up against Costco, but what about towards the QEW side?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as part of the review process, we require that any road generated noises also be looked at. So yeah, that includes South Service Road and the QEW, as well as they are higher order roads. And I do, if wished, I can go through some of those mitigation measures.
All right.
Yep. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Sure, no problem. So the applicant is proposing to mitigate transportation noise sources, that air conditioners be required for residential buildings, that upgraded building glazing construction is required, warning clauses in all offers of purchase and sale be included, and that the interior designs of integrates suitable acoustic features to insulate the suites from noise from each other and amenities in accordance with the Ontario Building Code, and limit potential intrusions of mechanical and electrical services of the building and its residents. So a noise wall was not one of the recommendations.
Through you, Chair, then in that noise feasibility study that they had referenced, what were some of the noise levels that were coming off the QEW? It's essentially all day, every day, 365 a year. So what did that noise, what was that level and threshold, if you don't mind my asking?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that information on me right now.
I think my concern through you, Chair, is that is a class 4 good enough, is what I'm asking. So I'll save my questions for the report later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kretsch?
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation. My questions are about how we understand these amenities that people are agreeing to having. You listed them off, and I don't recall what you said. They sounded fancy in terms of their broadness, like a retail concern. I think to a situation in Toronto where a councillor had moved and successfully got the developer to agree to put a grocery store in a building. Now, whether that's enforceable or not, I wonder. So I wonder if you could speak to this idea, right? Because this continues to be something that comes up downtown, especially in food deserts, is getting some kind of benefit for the community agreed to as part of the development process, or agreed to a certain kind of retail or a certain kind of commercial application. but then what's the ability for that to be enforced? And could you talk more about how we arrived at that conclusion for this development? It seems like what you're saying is the developer just sort of said, we'll put that in there, we'll do this. So if you could just comment more on that, I'd appreciate it. It'd help me a lot for future developments in Ward 2.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, as a applicant initiated application, staff looked at what was proposed by the applicants and made a determination of whether those land uses would be appropriate for that site. In this case, they proposed the live work units along Vince Mazza Way, and then there's also additional proposed retail commercial spaces within the high-rise buildings. So in my review of the application, I think that was appropriate for the location, given that it's surrounded again by also commercial uses. It allows an opportunity for creating a bit of a pedestrian kind of oriented corridor there along Vince Mazza Way. So it gives it a bit of a different feel from some of the surrounding commercial uses. In terms of adding in specific retail uses, specifically, as you mentioned, grocery, I can't recall offhand if grocery stores are a specified use in our zoning bylaw 05200, but without a definition to work with within the bylaw, it would be difficult for us to specify something like that.
Thanks, and through the chair, if I could read through what you said and ask another question. So let's go back to the one you called personal services. I think you said it was one of the categories. If I understand you correctly, what you're saying is personal services are defined in the bylaw, so we can rely on that language?
That's right, yes, it is defined.
And so my follow-up question to that is, okay, is it enforceable? So here we are, we're trying to attract these certain retailers to take up this space, but we can't find any retailers that fall under personal services. And then what?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the zoning bylaw doesn't compel anybody to develop anything anywhere. So even if we approve this development, there's no guarantee that any residential units will even be built on this site.
Fair enough. So you're saying that another instrument coming forward would further define that, not this instrument?
Yeah, the zoning bylaw, it doesn't compel anyone to build anything.
Of course. I guess I'm extrapolating into the future based on what you're saying and making sure I understand exactly what this really means. So what you're saying is that despite the zoning bylaw permitting a certain use, at this point specifically, that use is not mandated.
That's correct.
Thank you very much for answering your questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taddison?
Hi, being a visual learner here, I'm just trying to look at your map up here and get a sense to where the Costco non-connection sidewalk would be on that map, and then can you tell me what they're suggesting by showing?
Sure. So I'm not sure if you can, through your chair, is my cursor appearing?
Yep.
Yeah, so the Costco is located to the south. So I'm not sure if you can see that there are some walkways along the southern edge. And then if I can just go back to my presentation, which shows the edge condition. So this is what you're looking at the southern property line. So there is a bit of a grade difference right now between where you see that guardrail and the subject property. I'm sure that could be looked at further during the site plan process. But as you can see, there's no pathway connecting towards the Costco.
So is Costco's solution, is that viable?
As we had discussed, through your chair, as we discussed earlier, connections would be something that would be looked at during the site plan process. We can't request that adjacent landowners do anything on their lands. So what we can do, sorry, going the other way. This is the edge on the western side. So you see that the sidewalk currently dead ends at the subject property. So a connection could be established that way towards the Costco.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, that helps me greatly understand that.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further discussion on the presentation, so need a mover and a seconder to receive. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you. We have Brandon Simon with the Planning Partnership is in attendance today.
Good morning, members of the committee, staff, members of the public. Pleased to be here this morning to present to you this very exciting application for 1310 South Service Road. And before I get into the presentation, I'd like to respectfully request if committee would indulge me for perhaps 5 additional minutes, 15 minutes total for my presentation, just so that I can get through all the information and provide a bit of the evolution of how this site has evolved over time, if that's okay.
Okay, so if I'll get a 5-minute extension initially, moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Beattie. All in favor or opposed? Yeah, no problem. As Councillor Beattie and Councillor Pauls. Thank you. Brandon?
Thank you very much. To start the presentation, I'll obviously make note that there's undoubtedly an urgent need for additional housing in the region, and the city has repeatedly expressed in past a desire to accommodate as much of that additional growth in housing as possible through intensification rather than urban expansion. And in this site, obviously I'll get into it in more detail, is an embodiment, I think, of that direction. Vacant, unutilized site in a serviced area within the urban area with coming and planned additional public transit in the future. So I'm really excited to share with you kind of the evolution of how this evolved from perhaps a more traditional suburban commercial idea to what I think is a very complete planning approach with a mix of different uses, including mid-rise, medium-density residential development. So the site, I'll just go over this quickly as I know Mark's already addressed this in his presentation, is located next to the Costco and the Winona Crossing Shopping Center just south of the QEW. Originally, this entire area was designated as a district commercial hub within the secondary plan. Well separated from existing residential neighborhoods to the north by the QEW, as well as both North and South Service Road, and as well as other residential neighborhoods to the south by the Costco, the large parking lot there, as well as the rail corridor. Notwithstanding that historic planning for a district commercial hub here, this area has been evolving into more of a mixed-use center and area. Future public transit, the city previously acquired land for a public transit hub in the adjacent plaza. Additional transit services, Councillor Beattie mentioned, has recently started. In addition, just to the west is an approved development for stacked townhouses in a mixed-use format. And there's also another future development to the southwest that I believe is in the pre-consultation stage, but I believe where residential development is also contemplated. The subject site itself is obviously has been vacant since 2012 when the former uses, which were a gas service station, motel, and restaurant, closed. There's extensive soil contamination, as Councillor Beattie noted on the site, and I'll get into that in a bit further detail later on. There also hasn't been any real interest in additional commercial development here for a number of reasons that I'll also get into a little bit later on. And the applicant acquired the site in 2021, and they have an upcoming deadline to close that acquisition. So we're here today, obviously, to advance those official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, which would establish the principle of land use for how these lands could be developed moving forward. In terms of the existing development vision, so the Winona Crossing Plaza has already been developed for over 320,000 square feet of commercial retail services, including obviously there's the Costco, grocery store, restaurants, LCBO, other retail service commercial uses. So wide range of commercial and urban amenities already exist in the area right adjacent to the site. And this site was originally contemplated as somewhat of an extension of that plaza with a very preliminary concept plan shown here. And as you can see, it kind of mimics that typical suburban plaza approach to planning with a large amount of surface parking, a few pad buildings, but the larger scale commercial building at the south. But it was determined, not just by the proponent, but by other previous applicants as well, that commercial development is cost prohibitive here as a result of the soil contamination. There's also a limited market given that there's so much existing commercial in the adjacent plaza. And as evidence of that limited commercial market, obviously the sites remain vacant for 10 years. And in fact, other commercial developers had previously conditionally purchased the site only to walk away after their due diligence was done when they found out about the contamination and the cost to remediate. And I think I'll point out too that the proponent is historically a commercial developer, which is why they initially viewed this as a commercial site. But following due diligence, rather than walk away, they engaged our firm, they engaged an architect, and we looked at kind of a different, more complete vision here for mixed use, the introduction of residential, solid urban planning and urban design principles. And that's really what we've landed on here in terms of this proposal. This is a bit of a comparison between the original commercial concept and what's proposed now. As Mark mentioned, 4 townhouse blocks in the southwest corner of the site and 3 mid-rise apartment buildings around the perimeter of the site with extensive landscaping around the perimeter and internal to the site. And this vision was really guided by 5 core development elements that we've really tried to incorporate into this new vision. The first is for mid-rise, medium density development. I think all too often these days there's kind of a lack of medium density mid-rise development. There's kind of the low scale, and then there's the tall building high-rise development. And the design review panel has actually previously recognized this area as an area that it would be ideal for more mid-rise development given the adjacent commercial uses, the separation from residential neighborhoods. So we've really tried to take that direction to heart and come forward with somewhat of a rare mid-rise medium density proposal. And as I mentioned earlier, there's obviously ample separation as well from the existing residential area, so there's a good ability to accommodate, I think, the scale of development that we're proposing here. We've also tried to establish a pedestrian-friendly environment as the top priority. Obviously, the existing plaza, the area, is largely vehicle-driven at the moment, but we're trying to plan ahead here. A lot of synergies that come with introducing residential uses in proximity to commercial plazas, abilities to walk to stores and restaurants rather than have to drive there, pending and improvements to public transit in the future. So we've really tried to make that a top priority, and some elements include extension of a future pedestrian trail along South Service Road, obviously the continuation of that current dead-end sidewalk along Vince Mazza Way, and as well as future potential connections with the adjacent plazas. The idea with identifying these connections was not to say that this is 100% going to happen today. Rather, we're trying to plan ahead for if those adjacent plazas were to ever be altered or redeveloped in the future, that there's an ability to provide connections in the future. So the direction we got from the design review panel, which I think is smart, is even if you design perhaps fencing where those future connections would be, where you could remove that panel without having to rebuild the entire fence. So it's all just about future planning, and as Mark confirmed, we'll obviously work to confirm the locations of those at the site plan stage. But it's all just about trying to future-proof this as best we can. We're also looking to introduce complementary and compatible mix of uses here. Obviously, the adjacent plaza has large format stores, restaurants, services. What we've tried to introduce here are curated smaller spaces that could host smaller stores and businesses that would not be able to find space within such a large commercial plaza next door. We're also proposing the live-work units, as mentioned, along Vince Mazza Way, which a bit more of a formalized relationship. Obviously, a lot of people are still perhaps informally working from home these days, but the live-work units allow for an actual kind of little storefront or little office where you could have a customer or two in, and then you have your residential unit above. So it's a really kind of integrated, unique format that allows for added efficiencies. There's also a very large daycare proposed, 12,500 square feet, which would obviously be a very invaluable amenity to residents here and other residents in the area. So really trying to complement what's already existing in the plaza next door. Also looking to introduce an abundance of landscaping here. Nearly half the site's designed for landscaping, active transportation. By that I mean trails, sidewalks, pathways, and areas for gatherings, so outdoor amenity areas and things of that nature. And we're doing this by directing nearly all of the parking underground in order to truly create an urban and green environment here. It is a very important, I think, gateway location into the community and into the city. And we're really trying to leverage that and do the best we can here to make a statement and to create a green gateway into the community and the city. And lastly, in order to do that, I mentioned obviously the environmental contamination. At a very preliminary basis, that's been costed out is costing about $3 million to remediate that existing contamination. So obviously a very significant expense that goes along with it, which is why that traditional commercial development just isn't viable here from a market perspective. But the client, the proponent, very eager to carry out that remediation, clean up the site and establish this new gateway into the community and into the city. Very briefly touching on some of the development statistics, density 2.51 FSI floor space index, very moderate. Most tall building development are 8, maybe into the double digits in terms of the FSI there. So this is very, very moderate for this size of site. Total of 705 units, and that's a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment units, townhouse units, and live-work units. So really the full spectrum of different unit options here. The mix of different mid-rise building heights and the varied height creating some added visual interest for this site. I obviously already mentioned the proposed daycare, the curated commercial space. In terms of the vehicular parking, obviously Mark's already clarified what's proposed in terms of parking, and all I'll point out in terms of the zoning is at this stage, all the zoning bylaw sets is the minimum parking requirement. That's the minimum that we have to provide, but there's nothing stopping the proponent from building more than that if there is a demand and a need for more parking. In fact, the second underground level is just a partial level, so it would be very easy to expand that level, increase the footprint to accommodate additional parking without the need to further change the zoning bylaw. That would be figured out at the site plan stage when they're able to get into additional detail on market studies, demand for parking, etc. This trend of mixed-use intensification in retail centers is becoming more and more prominent, and I think taking advantage of some of the synergies between residential and commercial development, trying to optimize underutilized, unused sites in proximity. So these are just a few examples, including one that's, I believe, coming forward in the near future in Hamilton. And this graphic's intended to illustrate that compatible mid-rise form of development, obviously the relationship with the approved development to the west, the staggering of building heights. The mid-rise buildings all address South Service Road or the commercial plaza, and obviously very significant separation to the residential neighborhoods to the north and to the south. In terms of that pedestrian-friendly environment that we're looking to establish here, I've highlighted a few specific areas along South Service Road. The approved development to the west has identified a pedestrian trail along South Service Road that we're looking to continue along the frontage of this site. Obviously, there's the extension of the sidewalk along Vince Mazza Way as well. And to the south and the east, I've identified potential future connections to the adjacent plazas. Again, that is just future-proofing. We're not going to plow forward with a connection into a parking area. It has to be done the right way, but we're just trying to allow that to happen in the future if there's an advantageous need to do it to improve that connectivity further. And this is the landscape plan that's proposed, which shows the different outdoor amenity areas around the site and in the center of the site, walking trail around the perimeter of the site, and the red circles identify all those different kind of short-term and potential longer-term connections to the surrounding streets as well as the adjacent plazas. This rendering shows Vince Mazzaway looking to the north, what's intended there in terms of the townhouse units with the live-work units at grade, the mid-rise building at the corner. And this really, I think, embodies that pedestrian scale mid-rise form that we're looking to achieve here. Last slide really on kind of what led us here in terms of technical analysis and coordination with the city. So we've had a significant consultation with staff throughout the process, including multiple pre-consultation meetings. From the beginning, we wanted to work with staff to bring this forward with a recommendation to committee and council, and I'm glad that we're here today to do just that. These are the various technical studies that have been completed. I'll just very briefly touch on the noise study because I know that was a question of committee. With the warning clauses, the air conditioning, and the other mitigation measures that Mark mentioned, this development complies with the Class 1 noise regulations from the province, except at the south end of the site, where in a worst case scenario, there could be some noise from trucks unloading and decoupling associated with the Costco loading dock. And that's why the Class 4 designation is just proposed for the south-facing units in Building C as well as the south-facing townhouse units. Everywhere else, the development complies with the Class 1 noise regulations from the ministry with the mitigation measures that Mark noted there. Obviously, this has already been a design review panel, as Mark noted, strongly supported this vision, and some of their recommendations have already been incorporated into this proposal, including an even further reduction in surface parking so that we can get more landscaping at grade. Additional details will obviously be established through the site plan application, and we've already engaged staff on that note in terms of figuring out what the typical requirements will be, so we're ready to go as soon as these official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications are dealt with first. The proponent has also already engaged city staff about potential assistance from the ERASE program, which was designed to help remediate brownfield sites for future development. So there have also already been conversations with staff about advancing the brownfield remediation as soon as possible, because that's obviously something that has to happen in advance or at the same time as the development itself. That concludes my presentation, but I would be more than happy to answer any questions if there are any from the committee.
Thank you, Brandon. On our speakers list, I have Councillor Wang first.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I have a couple of questions. Thank you for clarifying on the noise designation. Again, I'm a little bit concerned because Class 1 on the north side, QEW facing, feels like it's underdeveloped. Class 1 is just like pretty much like a nothing designation, whereas where we have QEW and it's going to be consistent noise. Have you given some additional noise mitigations, because kind of feels like air conditioning units and insulated walls is not enough for some of the massive amounts of noise coming off the QEW. So through you, Chair.
Yes, through you, Chair. I won't profess to be a noise engineer or noise expert, but based on my read of this and other noise studies, what they essentially did was look into the future based on anticipated growth, as confirmed by the MTO of traffic along the QEW, and run a very conservative analysis of what those noise impacts are at the facade of the building at the different heights. So they look at every single floor up the building. Obviously, noise dissipates over distance, so the most intense noise would be at grade. And what they found is that the Class 1 designation is, as I understand, is kind of the typical designation. There are other classes, but those aren't typically for residential or urban areas. Class 4 designation was introduced very recently, not very recently, somewhat recently by the province to recognize these intensification opportunities in proximity to some noise sources where you could have perhaps a bit more leniency in terms of the mitigation requirements or what the guidelines are. But based on that noise study that's been reviewed and accepted by staff, the noise consultant determined that the proposed glass ratings, the air conditioning, the warning clauses is sufficient based on that analysis here. I can certainly acknowledge that looking at other developments along the QEW further east, you see some interesting approaches to perhaps further mitigate noise. But this study has been prepared by noise engineers based on data confirmed by the MTO. They will be having the MTO a closer look at the noise study as part of the site plan application. Obviously, they have a vested interest in making sure that any new residents can enjoy their units without complaint to the city or the MTO about traffic. So there will be further investigation of that at the site plan stage, but at this level, they've accepted, and as of staff, the proposed recommendations and approach.
Okay. Second question through you, Chair, is about live work. What did the applicant envision for live work? Because we got a very generalized answer from the city staff. So I was hoping to hear from you about what they had envisioned what live work looks like.
Absolutely, through you, Chair. The idea here was to kind of formalize the live work approach a bit more. Obviously, it's no secret that many people are working and living from home these days, but typically that involves a little, like a desk in the bedroom, and you can take meetings from there or work from bed if you even want to on a bad day. The idea with the live work is that we're actually permitting small kind of storefronts or commercial space at the ground floor of those units. So you could have a little bit of a, if it was perhaps a specialized store that sells, I don't know, IT perhaps, computers, could be a small accounting office, and as an example, where you have maybe a receptionist and then you have a couple offices on that one ground floor. So the idea is that you actually have true commercial space on the ground floor with the residential unit above, as opposed to the more informal work from home situation that's still ongoing here. And so what we've done through the bylaw and working with staff is we used actually the definition we proposed is actually, we kind of took it from another site-specific exception that was previously approved by a previous iteration of City Council that sought to basically restrict the size of that commercial space so that it doesn't take over the entire unit, and also restrict the type of uses that are there so that you don't get any potentially noxious uses. So you get personal services, so it could be like maybe a small barber or something like that, office, accounting office, legal office, something like that, and small scale retail stores. So that was really the intention of what's envisioned there. As Mark mentioned, the bylaw cannot compel someone who buys that unit as a live work unit to do what the bylaw is a permissive document that says this is what you're permitted to do. So we want it to be as flexible as possible within reason so that purchasers of those units have the ability to do what makes sense for them based on their businesses, and really trying to get businesses that might have trouble finding that small scale of space in office buildings or in retail plazas, and so are often perhaps left working more informally in their units. So this is really just trying to formalize and legalize that relationship.
So just as a point of clarification through you, Chair, those live work spaces are really only confined to the corner of that parcel in the townhouse units. That's not at all, yeah, so it's only in those 4 essentially separate buildings. On the ground floor, those are the only live work units then?
Correct, those are the live work units, and then there are 2 other small commercial spaces. So those would be on the ground floor of the apartment buildings. One right here along Vince Mazza Way and another one over here. And then this is the location of the proposed daycare facility on the ground floor of Building A.
Chair, I think there's a lost opportunity here. I did see that the makeup was, I think, approximately 80% one-bedroom units. With a live work and a mixed-use density designation, there's an opportunity to really look at those units to be larger lofts or artist studios, or I wonder, through you, Chair, did the applicant think about making some of those condo units into more live work opportunities? Maybe that they don't necessarily need to have ground floor retail, but they will be very flexible spaces that small entrepreneurs and solo entrepreneurs can potentially look at. We don't have that plethora of studio spaces that allow for that live work, similar to how Liberty Village or any of the places in Brooklyn have. Is that potentially something that the applicant may consider?
Through the chair, certainly. What we tried to do with the design of the the ground floor units in the apartment buildings. First, there aren't any ground floor residential units in Building A because that's fully occupied by the lobby, the large daycare, and that commercial unit. There are ground floor units in Buildings B and C in the northwest and, northeast and southeast corners. Those units are designed as what we're calling townhouse-style units. So A, they're much taller because the ground floor of those buildings needs to be taller to accommodate garbage pickup from the loading spaces. So they're taller units, and they're designed with two entrances. There's an entrance from the internal corridor, but all of these units would also have direct entrances to the adjacent pedestrian trail that loops the site. And in particular, I'll highlight obviously Building B will have frontage on South Service Road and the public trail there. So those will have direct units there. Mark can actually clarify. I think the way the bylaw is written is that live-work units are a permissive additional use that's being added. So I don't think there's anything that would necessarily stop. And this will be, we'll have to nail this down at the site plan stage, but I don't think there's anything stopping those units at the ground floor of buildings B and C also being specifically identified or permitted as live-work units. Again, the goal here was to provide reasonable flexibility in the bylaw so that we're allowing those business operators the ability to locate here if they so choose. So the units, I would say, are designed in a way that's conducive to that, and I think the bylaw is permissive that would allow that to happen if there is, in fact, demand for it.
Okay, thank you. I have two additional questions, Chair. One is, this site has been known as contaminated, and this is the first time that a commercial developer has now come and decided to build residential. What was the plan of attack for remediation? Because going from putting commercial on contaminated makes more sense than putting residential on contaminated, in my opinion. So what was that plan moving forward about beyond using the erase grants and all of that stuff, but what you're digging into the ground for lower level parking. So what is that plan moving forward?
And that's actually that's kind of the interesting side benefit of higher density or medium density development. We have to excavate a good chunk of the dirt away anyways to accommodate the underground parking. As I mentioned, right now, based on, again, the minimum zoning requirements, there's a story and a half of underground parking proposed. That could be expanded to provide additional parking over and above the minimum requirement if that's what the market dictates. But how the bylaw has been written is that the holding provision basically says, in order to remove the holding provision, you either have to remove the contamination and get a clean record of site condition from the province, or you get a conditional building permit that essentially allows you to excavate the contaminated soil as part of your excavation of the underground garage. So whereas you don't typically have to excavate for commercial development, we have to anyways here. So there's a bit of a killing two birds with one stone element with removing that contaminated soil while we do the underground garage construction. So in addition to obviously a different type of financial dynamic, there are some added benefits to this versus commercial development for that.
Okay. Last question through you, Chair, is climate change opportunities. What are some of the ideas that the applicant may want to employ to try and make this a more climate-friendly development?
Sure. I think first and foremost is locating nearly all the parking underground. So this plan that's before you today proposes 96% of the parking underground. And obviously, if the parking supply were to go up, that would be even just more parking underground. So that means we have, as I said, over approximately half of the site as landscaping or other softscaping, which obviously is very beneficial in terms of the heat island effect. So that's kind of in terms of a microclimate solution as a positive first step, as opposed to obviously the Costco development to the south, which has large surface parking lot that exacerbates extreme heat. I imagine it's very hot on a day like today. So that's kind of our first step. In addition to that, we've proposed a number of transportation demand management measures, which we hope will encourage future use of public transit as it is introduced and improved in the area, as well as the bicycle parking that provide opportunities. We're not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be a Amsterdam and people are going to be biking on the roads everywhere. We want to give the opportunity of easy storage of bicycles to residents so that there's no excuse or there's no impediment to them potentially doing that in the future. So number of different opportunities to encourage non-auto usage. I think also those potential future connections to the adjacent plazas, the idea there is that residents could walk to the Moxies or to the Metro as opposed to have to drive there. If they, obviously we can't dictate what they do, but in my opinion, when it comes to planning and urban design, you have to plan to give the opportunity and encourage the use of that opportunity for these alternative modes of transportation, and do what you can to encourage that and make it a viable, good option, and that's the best we can do, and that's what we've really tried to do here. In addition to that, in terms of the stormwater management, they're actually very, from when the initial plaza was approved, there was kind of a master stormwater management approach approved for the whole area that actually requires a significant volume of underground stormwater storage on this site. And what that means is that the stormwater gets collected, directed to these underground storm tanks, and then discharged at a much slower rate into the city's stormwater system. And that means that in significant storm events, this will actually be improving the situation over the current condition in terms of the discharge of stormwater into the system. So we'll also have an added benefit in terms of handling severe storms and significant rainfall in the future.
Okay, I appreciate those answers. I hope, Chair, that the applicant may consider opportunities for geothermal or opportunities with green roofs, especially because of its close proximity to Lake Ontario and the fact that we do have district cooling and district heating here in the city. So those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. On the speakers list, we have Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Beattie, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and Councillor Taddison. Councillor Kretsch.
Thank you, and I'll keep my questions brief. Just as a note before I begin, Amsterdam wasn't always that way. It was a series of planning decisions from the 70s to now that made it that way. So much as we look at it as a biking mecca, it's also a complete community because people wanted it to be, and the government made it happen. So underground stormwater management, I think, is something that I want to touch on, and I'm glad that Councillor Huang did, because this picture is quite obviously, to me, a stormwater nightmare. South of the development, right? You've got a lot of permeable surfaces in the planned development, but then we have a huge hard surface parking lot where rain just gets to do what it wishes in terms of impacting the stormwater system. So grateful for that. What I hope you'll consider as part of this development, I'll back up a little bit. It'd be very difficult to do this in Ward 2. I'll leave a period at the end of that sentence and let people think about why that would be, because of the amount of space available in Ward 2 to do these kinds of things, because of how we understand property value and density in the downtown core. So this is certainly meets a bunch of standards I think that all development should, but there's still a lot of really impermeable space here based on this. Like I'm imagining myself walking and seeing the width of all these concrete spaces, and I would just encourage the developer to think through how you can go beyond what you're proposing to really limit the heat effects here by looking at permeable accessible surfaces, right? That can be used, especially in that section in the center there where I see huge bits of concrete. So I think that would be beneficial because, as you say, if you look at this whole area topographically, just even in this photo, but wider, right? We have a highway running through it. We have all kinds of other surfaces that make this area generally just hot. Right? So the things that can be done here to decrease that, I think, are important. My question is about the thing I referred to earlier on the grocery store. You know, I'm just going to use the one example that I can recall and speak to clearly, which is about personal services. And obviously, you're putting these things are being put in the zoning bylaw because there's a hope there, or there's a wish there, or there's a desire to put certain services in this development. Okay, so let's say you try. to do that and it doesn't work out. Like, what's the comfortability around this kind of stuff being mandated, right? Like, what's the comfortability around this notion of there being a community benefit, right? So you're very lucky because this is not a food desert, there's a metro right next door. So let's pretend there's not. But, you know, the cities have a very difficult time, how do I say this, mandating uses, but like communities need stuff, right? So if you build a community with thousands of people in it, they need stuff. They need groceries, they need other kinds of things. So seeing that some of these services are things you think people would need, like what happens like when it comes to that moment where the market says, meh, I don't want a grocery store, folks say, or someone says, well, the financial model doesn't work here for us to put a grocery store, and the financial model doesn't work here for us to put in personal services. Then what? So I'm just curious to know what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, it's a great question, and one of the big dilemmas when it comes to, I think, our land use planning system, especially given recent changes to the Planning Act, which change what community benefits are, how they are secured. So it's a great question. And I'm no lawyer, but I've heard others profess that, you know, requiring certain uses rather than permitting them might run afoul of what's permitted under the Planning Act. At the same time, other jurisdictions have tried and I think been successful. Obviously, I think it depends in large part on having a willing partner on the development side. But in the City of Toronto, as an example, I'm working on a project now where there's an existing pub in one of the existing units. It's being intensified. It's kind of a community staple, very important to the community. So the councillors requested that we grant first right of refusal to that owner to occupy one of the new commercial spaces. It's actually kind of a heritage building that's being renovated and brought up to snuff, but the space will change a little bit. And so the request was to give them first right of refusal based on kind of a transparent market rent process. So that's perhaps one item that the committee can consider. For examples, we have an existing use that's perhaps being intensified. When it comes to the introduction of new uses, from my perspective, looking at the planning tools available, the best option is to provide a reasonable degree of flexibility to allow those spaces to be occupied. If you have a unit on a plan that is for commercial, I think it would behoove any developer to occupy that space with commercial development rather than have it sit vacant and not accruing rents. So I think that in these uncertain times, in terms of what is the demand for commercial, for retail, et cetera, I think the most important thing is to have a reasonable degree of flexibility so that the developer, the landlord can adapt and can really market to a broader swath of potential tenants. I know that's perhaps not answering your question in terms of how you could compel those community benefits, but it's a very tricky time in terms of how cities, I think, leverage community benefits as required by changes to the Planning Act, and it's a difficult question to answer.
Thank you for that answer. Actually answers my question exactly, and I appreciate it, because what it says to me, and what I think is important to say on the record, because this is going to continue to be an issue, and this development strikes me as a great example of that, because you're not necessarily in food desert, but again, I'm just mindful of the thought that we have to think about community amenities, is that what you said was the market will determine some of these things, but first rights of refusal agreements can sometimes help in these situations. So if you were to say, we're going to give first right of refusal to a certain group, we're going to give them a certain amount of time before we occupy the space, those kinds of things are voluntary, and we can see developers getting involved in voluntary community benefits agreements anytime they want. I get the Planning Act says, okay, here are all the little, stratifications of what you're allowed to do. What you're highlighting here is, yeah, with willing partners, developers can voluntarily sign on to these agreements and do everything to make them happen. So thank you for that answer. Very clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Tattison. Councillor Beattie.
Chair, with your indulgence, I wouldn't mind letting my colleagues go first and I
Sure.
could go last.
Yep. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. If you could help me, I think a colleague of mine said that 80% of the units are one bedroom. Could you just verify the unit breakdown, because your presentation did note the availability of 3-bedroom, through the chair?
Absolutely, through the chair. So there are 60% 1-bedroom and 1-bedroom plus 10. I'll go a bit more granular. So 23% 1-bedroom, 36% 1-bedroom plus 10, 8% two-bedroom, 15% two-bedroom plus den, 10% three-bedroom, and 2% three-bedroom plus den. And then on top of those, there are the 32 townhouse/live-work units as well. They weren't included in those percentages.
Thank you. So is the assumption that the childcare would be in service to this development or to those outside?
It would be open to anyone who's in need of childcare. Obviously, being in this building, I imagine it's especially useful and valuable to residents in this development, but there would be nothing stopping residents in the future development across the street or elsewhere in the community from using this daycare as well. It'll operate just like any typical private commercial business, so anyone can make use of it.
Okay, so thank you. So it's a private care. If you could just help me understand the configuration of the relationship of the space where you plan the care and the green space that may be or may be not available to that facility, through the chair.
I will jump back to the landscape plan. The area that is tentatively set aside for the daycare is this part in building 1. And the reason that is proposed there is that this is also where building A, where the underground garage entrance is. So this will, out of necessity, have to get built initially as part of any first phase of this development. And so we wanted to provide, or rather the applicant has really had a strong desire to include the daycare in the initial unit to establish that valuable amenity from the get-go. And so this space out front is tentatively proposed as the outdoor play area for the daycare. And what the noise study did note is that if the daycare does ultimately go there versus perhaps down here in building C as an example, that we would need to investigate in further detail potential for noise mitigation for that outdoor space over and above what's provided in the building. So that's something that we'll have to confirm at the future site plan stage if that's where it goes. But the idea is that by having it here, it's a short drive in, drop-off area right out front, and you can send parents who are dropping off their kids back out to Vince Mazza Way very easily. And then we're preserving the rest of the site for less vehicular traffic for other outdoor amenity.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, the green swath at the top of your page, that is going to be designated for the childcare?
This little area here in kind of like this beige color is intended to be designated for the daycare. And then this along here, I don't know why our landscape team didn't color it. I'll have to talk to them when I get back to the office. That's going to be all on the public boulevard and the extension of that trail along South Service Road. So there'll be kind of an intermingling of different functions there to create a bit more of a dynamic space, but obviously with the outdoor player for the daycare, it's going to be separated off by some sort of barrier, and we're looking at doing some landscape berming along there, so you have a bit more of an attractive environment rather than maybe a fence or something like that. So we're looking at alternatives that we'll confirm through the site plan stage to really enhance the design of that space.
And I would take it that during the site plan, you'll be talking with the city about what kind of traffic calming installations you'll be making for that, which I suspect will be a heavy in and out daycare traffic, correct?
Absolutely. We've tried to proactively add in some features like different paving patterns, which are denoted by these kind of shades on the plan, where we expect there will be some higher than normal pedestrian traffic in order to really design these driveways as more mixed spaces rather than vehicular driveways, so people drive slower just out of their nature. But yes, as part of that site plan stage, we'll have to confirm the location of signage, stop signs and things like that, other potential requirements, speed bumps or anything else. So yes, one of the things we'll confirm at the site plan stage.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just one final question. I noticed, and this is not, of course, your legacy and your doing, you've noted a couple of times the disconnect from other neighborhoods as a benefit. I see it actually as a detriment. So if I'm a child living in this development, where am I going to play if I'm not able to connect to the other adjoining neighborhoods?
That's a fair point, and I'll just clarify that when I speak to the disconnect, it's more so in terms of potential adverse impacts of medium density development in terms of shadowing, because we're so far south with the QEW. The shadowing basically only affects the QEW and not those existing residential areas. So that's the big thing I've focused on in terms of that separation. But in terms of residents here and kids and where would they go and play, there obviously are some existing parks in the community, which, as you note, are to the north or to the south, and there are some barriers there. We would expect that over time, as this and other similar developments occur in the area, you might see a bit of a convergence of other amenity programs and spaces in the area. But we've tried to plan this development to have as much outdoor amenity variety as possible for residents. That includes obviously this large gathering space here, a number of indoor amenity spaces as well, which I imagine one could have like a child room or some sort of child area. That's becoming pretty popular in new developments in terms of amenity areas these days. So we've tried to design this to far exceed what the bylaw requires in terms of amenities, so that as the area evolves over time, new opportunities closer to this site will probably emerge. But in the interim, we're trying to give as many opportunities as possible in a diverse range of different active and passive amenities for residents.
So, thank you. In summary, the middle part.
The middle part's certainly a big one, but we also have outdoor amenity proposed between buildings B and C here. Another one here in building A, and these would be more formalized, so kind of like barbecues, outdoor dining areas, benches, couches, whereas this area would be a bit more loungy, obviously some grass spaces. We want to play around with some undulating terrain here, so you'll build up these landscaped areas, and that has dual benefits of creating some more variety, but also providing more soil volume to support the trees. We're proposing a playground structure here in the middle. And then the idea is that this space up here, especially with the commercial going here, would function as a bit more of like kind of an urban amenity. So you probably have some patio chairs and tables out there, some nice decorative pavers. So trying to kind of provide a diverse range. But yes, certainly the area in the middle is the primary location.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tattison.
Thanks for your presentation today. I think I'm going to try and summarize what you said. You said something along the lines of, should market conditions dictate more underground parking would be considered or possible. What are those market conditions you're talking about to make that possible?
Certainly. So I mentioned earlier kind of transportation demand management measures. So this is kind of a newer practice from transportation planners, engineers that try to or discourage, I suppose, or encourage other forms of transportation. So one of those really recognized across the board TDM measures is the unbundling of parking unit sales from units, so that not automatically every residential unit comes with a parking space, because otherwise you're basically incentivizing people to drive and have a car to make use of that. So I expect that as this moves forward towards a project launch, the applicant will be engaging market consultants to do a deep dive analysis on demand for vehicular parking in this location, as well as typical sales prices of that vehicular parking or rental prices of that vehicular parking for nearby developments. And the big thing will be, when the launch actually happens, how many spaces are actually being taken up by purchasers or renters. The planning process can be a long process, and it's out of necessity. This is a complicated proposal. We need to iron out a lot of details with staff and make sure we're addressing all those details. So that market launch usually happens after you get your zoning approval, as you're working on the site plan process. And we have a lot of flexibility, really up until we get our site plan approval, to make that garage a little bit bigger without really impacting anything else in the development on the surface. It's really just extending additional rows of parking there, which actually might even help with the environmental contamination. So the reality is it might be beneficial to do so for a number of reasons to expand that parking supply. At this stage, though, with the environmental contamination in place, obviously the first step is establishing that principle of land use, the general parameters of what's proposed here from a development perspective, but certainly a number of other details to be investigated moving forward.
Yeah, and I think when I'm looking at that, if I was moving into that area, I'd probably be looking at parking at Costco and just walking across and not paying for that space underground. However, going back to that, I'd like to focus on, as opposed to market conditions, what about residents' needs in terms of a balance between underground parking spaces? As you said, you're doing traffic demand studies and people are not going to be using cars anymore. What about having underground storage available for people there as opposed to a parking spot? So if you were to expand, because I know for myself, and having moved parents from a farm into an apartment, people have stuff and they need to keep some of their stuff. And so is there any consideration to extra storage in that underground area as opposed to extra parking?
Absolutely. There's actually right now a bit of a mix of both. Some areas for lockers, and really it kind of depends on obviously parking has a very simple design. You have your parking space, your parking space, so it's very standard in order to maximize the efficiency of that. But when you introduce building lobbies with elevators that come down and stairs that come down, and also because of how big the garage will be here, there will be a few separate stair accesses to the surface from the garage. So those provide, kind of throw off in certain areas that parking grid and provide opportunities to accommodate lockers or something in lieu of that grid. One of the other things we're going to have to confirm at the site plan stage are exact requirements for mechanical and electrical. We've provided, or the architect rather has provided, their best guess in terms of space required for that, as well as the stormwater tanks. If we're able to minimize that at the detailed design stage and add in more lockers, all the better, because as you say, we're expecting the number of the res purchasers here will be downsizing, perhaps empty nesters, downsizing, but they're still going to have stuff, be it grandkids stuff from when they were in school or who knows what. So definitely a desire to provide locker space as well. And when I say they might expand the garage based on a deeper dive on the market conditions, or demand rather, it could include for adding more locker space if that's what the demand is for. So a lot of moving parts still in terms of ironing out those exact details, but the contamination, though it is an added cost and complication, actually provides a bit of an opportunity, I think, to explore those options in more detail.
And I guess I'll just conclude with just saying that I'd love for you to see or give the opportunity, plan to give the opportunity for that storage in your future designs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. First, to my colleagues, thank you very much for the insightful comments. I think that this has been a very robust and informative conversation. Many different perspectives brought and raised and conversations had, and I trust that the team will take some of these comments back. I see some nodding heads. Thank you, Toby and Brian. The initial question that I had was already addressed by my colleague, Councillor Maureen Wilson, with regards to the daycare space, but it raised another question with me in terms of the grade shaded area that was at the top there that seems to be, potentially places unknown in terms of what exactly that represents, that boulevard area. It raised a question with me in terms of how does this plan anticipate, and maybe it's premature because we're not at the site plan stage, but I want to ensure that thought has been put into a future widening of the South Service Road. Although there is no plan that I know of, and I could throw this to staff to confirm, as we continue to add density in the area and capacity in the area, the South Service Road is already strained. I think that anybody that lives in the area would acknowledge that. And I just want to get your comments on any anticipation about a future widening, the impact that it would have on the development as a whole, but specifically perhaps an impact on that proposed daycare space and its proximity to any potential future growing main arterial highway. Thank you.
Great question, and I'll kind of address it in a couple different ways. Firstly, South Service Road's got a very wide right-of-way, and I guess the kind of the double-edged sword, which is somewhat of a benefit in this case, is obviously you only need pedestrian facilities on one side of that road, which means there's additional space available elsewhere for travel lanes and things like that. Very wide boulevard space as well. So this line right here is the property boundary that divides the site from South Service Road, and this is the existing curb along South Service Road. So there's a very wide, I'm going to estimate somewhere between like probably 6, 8, or 10 meter boulevard along South Service Road, where we're proposing to introduce additional landscaping, and the additional landscaping along South Service Road will be provided as part of this development and secured through the site plan application. And we're gonna have to work out those details with staff as terms of where does the trail go, where does the landscaping go. But one thing you'll notice here is that we're proposing a publicly accessible trail that kind of dips into the site and is along the south side of the property line. So we're expecting through the site plan application, we'll have to grant an easement for public access along there just to make it a bit more usable and a bit better connected to this development, because the MTO requires that we provide a 14-meter building setback from South Service Road in case, I guess, should they ever want to acquire or make use of South Service Road. That's their typical requirement for potential expansion. So there's already, I think, a good amount of space here, and you'll actually see at the corner, there's already a very significant daylighting triangle that was incorporated into that right-of-way historically and was not actually used. I'm not quite sure what the purpose or intent of that was. So there is plenty of space already at the intersection for any future intersection configurations. Along South Service Road, there's a decent-sized boulevard if there needs to be a widening in the future. Certainly the buildings will not be impacted because they are set back so far. You're correct that one thing that would need to be investigated if there was a really big widening in the future is that daycare space. The ministry, as I understand it, mandates a minimum amount of outdoor amenity space for children in daycares based on a per child basis. So I would expect that if that were to happen, we'd have to look at slightly reconfiguring and redesigning the space to maybe make it not quite as deep but a bit longer along the building frontage. I think there's opportunity here because of those big building setbacks to do that. We've tried to plan ahead as best we can, but obviously, if things change in the future, we'll have to take another look to make sure if there are any impacts, but I think we're future-proofed as best we can here.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate just to hear very quickly from transportation planning staff on their thoughts and if there's any concerns with regards to this or for future widening of the service road.
I think you could ask that when we get to the report. Thank you. The city's minimum bylaw for parking, you've held to that, and I want to make note that we are one city, but we can't ignore that there are some drastic differences between the different communities that compose Hamilton. Parking requirements in Corktown or Beasley are going to be markedly different than out in Winona or Waterdown, for example. There's some there's some units here that are proposed to meet that bylaw requirement at basically 1/3 of a parking spot per unit, approximately 78 of them. And there's a lot of commentary about the market dictating what will happen there. And I find that we're almost at a crossroads here in terms of this is the opportunity from a legislative standpoint to lock in something to ensure that we have, I would suggest, at least one parking spot per unit and go up from there as perhaps the market dictates. But sometimes if we leave it to the market to make that determination, we end up with, well, gosh, we come back in a few years and say, well, it's not really, the market has dictated that perhaps we're going to lose some green space or perhaps we're going to lose some amenity space. And I'm trying to get a sense from you in terms of how do we lock something in at this stage that ensures a ratio that, again, is future-proofed, but at the same time is not going to lead to, as my colleague pointed out, a number of residents parking in an adjacent commercial setting, which in turn creates its own set of problems at a later date. So I'm just wondering, in terms of your thoughts on how we could do something that assures a certain minimum that is above the city standard, that may be, a new
a new framework that we could operate within?
Good question. Obviously, parking is always a difficult subject. Calls for more, calls for less. Often very difficult to get the exact amount right. So before I get to the bylaw question, I can speak to other controls that have been put into the draft zoning bylaw amendment to make sure that if there is a need for more parking in the future, it doesn't come at the expense of amenity and landscaping requirements. So in addition to maintaining that minimum parking requirement within the zoning bylaw, the zoning bylaw amendment also institutes new requirements for a minimum amount of landscaped open space across the site, much higher requirements for minimum outdoor amenity and indoor amenity space, and likewise requires that a significant proportion of the parking be provided underground. So what we've tried to do in working with Mark and his colleagues on the bylaw amendment here is to make sure that, okay, we know that this is a really good concept. It's going to be fleshed out in more detail at the site plan stage. We want to make sure the principles, the core elements that I talked about earlier are 100% enshrined in the bylaw so that you might be able to massage things a little bit, but this is more or less what you're going to get. So we tried to do that already in order to make sure that there isn't that ability for a future condo board or whoever, if they wanted to add more parking. It's no, what's provided here you have to maintain in perpetuity. And in addition, I will say that at the site plan stage, the site plan agreement will lock in the detailed landscape plan. That'll be registered on title as part of the site plan agreement, and there will be no permission to deviate from that unless there is prior permission given from the city. So in terms of the parking requirement itself, from my perspective, there are two potential negative outcomes here. Obviously, one is if there's not enough parking, but I would suggest that most people who are looking to buy a space and buy a unit will want certainty in terms of their ability to use that, and so will buy parking and signal their intent to the applicant to buy parking within this development. And so they will know in the course of constructing this development, in the course of marketing this, especially because this is a phased development. I expect it'll be kind of a north-south or maybe even west-east kind of phasing here. So you'll have the excavation done for the garage, first phase units all sold, residents moving in, and they'll have an idea to confirm what the actual demand is for those parking spaces based on that first phase and make adjustments to phase 2 if need be before they actually start going ahead with construction there. The other potential negative outcome of parking is I think if you provide too much parking and all of a sudden you're building a much bigger underground garage than you need to, using more concrete, more greenhouse gas emissions, and it'll essentially sit empty or unused. Or at the very least, you're incentivizing the applicant then to start selling parking less or for less value, and all of a sudden you're kind of incentivizing people who weren't planning to buy a space or get a car, maybe they decide to do one anyways because it's so cheap to get a parking space. So I would suggest that the happy medium is always the most important thing to find here. In terms of the bylaw requirement, we tried to adhere to, or we did adhere to the minimum requirement in the bylaw. I will note that you do make the point that's correct that there is a differentiation in the ratio based on the size of the unit, and the vast majority of these units are over that size. So it is just the 78 units that you pointed out that are provided with that reduced rate, and I suspect that was done intentionally by the city in order to recognize that perhaps smaller units, less demand for parking. So as I said, we've adhered to that minimum requirement in the bylaw. We've done transportation demand management measures in order to encourage use of other means of transportation to support that minimum parking requirement. At the end of the day, it's up to the city if they were to suggest a different rate for perhaps just those units or other units. But we know that city planning staff and transportation staff have signed off on the parking supply that's proposed. I note again, this is a minimum requirement. They could always build more, and I think there is ample time and opportunity for them to figure out if there is a demand for more moving forward. So again, this is just a minimum requirement. It's not a maximum requirement. It's not a mandated requirement. They can go more if they determine to, and I suspect they'll be digging into those details in the near future, and we'll have much clearer direction pretty soon after we advance from this stage as to what they want to do.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm not an expert in planning. but I am an expert in the community. And I remain concerned about those 78 units at 0.3 per, and I recognize that this is a collision between the planning practices of the city as a whole with the proposal that has been, I mean, you've adhered to the minimums that we've set, but in this case, I strongly think that they're insufficient. And I'd look to the chair who has more experience in these matters, perhaps, in terms of a remedy that may come to ensure that we have a 1-to-1 ratio in terms of total unit count, regardless of size. I'm not sure of the exact legislative framework that would look like. I hear the heat already coming from the bench in terms of, oh, that may not be great. But in terms of locking something in, again, knowing the composition of the community, previous travel patterns over the course of multiple developments that have taken place already, the community exists as essentially, sadly, a bedroom. Most of the lives of folks that live in this area are spent in the communities from which they came. We have a number of people that live in the area that still shop in Mississauga, shop in Oakville, still maintain their medical appointments in those communities. They simply sleep in the 50 Road area, which is unfortunate, and we're working towards remedying that. And I actually think this proposal allows for a lot more walkability, a lot more integration of residential with some of the commercial properties, and I think we'll see a change. But the existing climate of this community is such that I really do strongly think we should have a minimum slightly higher than the bylaw says. I would, again, look to those that have a little more experience in terms of next steps, but with that, I'll end my questions.
Thank you. So we can receive the presentation from Brandon, then we'll open the floor on the report, and I think we can address that question specifically with staff, what the mechanisms might be. So thank you, Brandon. I need a mover and a seconder to receive. Oh, sorry, Brandon. One thing I need on the record, are you in favor of the staff report?
My apologies. I should have mentioned that much earlier in the presentation. But yes, we've thoroughly read the staff report. We've worked very extensively with Mark and his colleagues. Fully support the conclusions, the recommendations, and the recommended conditions of the staff report.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Cassar to receive the agent's presentation. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Just before we go to the staff report, I do have to ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.1, application for official plan amendment and rezoning for lands located at 1310 South Service Road. Asking once, nobody in chambers. Asking a second time, any members of the public, either online or here locally, if they wish to speak to item 10.1 for 1310 South Service Road. Seeing nobody. And a third and final time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.1, 1310 South Service Road. Seeing no one, and just a note that we did have one written correspondence from Costco Wholesale. I need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee and that the public meeting is closed. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Cassar. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries. And then on the report, just to put it on the floor, I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Wang. So we'll open the floor to discussion on the report. I'd suggest that first we deal with the parking mandate, settle that, and then just a general discussion on anything that needs to be discussed, if that works for committee. So Councillor Beattie, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. As I made note previously, some deep concern just in terms of the minimum parking requirements as it pertains to this specific site. I'm not disputing the citywide intent of the parking requirements, and I think that within some parts of the city, this would be fine. But as I made note of, in this particular part at the furthest eastern extremity, close to a major provincial highway corridor that has a direct link to the GTHA and Niagara region, it's a highly desirable location, and I completely understand why someone would want to make a proposal as such here, close to the 50 road interchange. But past patterns, even with, I'll rewind the tape a moment, even with the introduction of transit to the area, which started Sunday, by the way, and we're very excited. The transit link that's been provided is within Hamilton. The majority of the residents that move to the Winona area are not necessarily employed or conducting their lives within the city of Hamilton. So it's great to have a transit connection, but there will be a very high component, my prediction based on past observances in the community, be a very high component of this new development that will continue to follow the patterns of previous developments, and they're not necessarily going to hop on the bus, all of them, to connect within the city of Hamilton. They're going to be traveling to the GTHA. We don't have a regional transit connection yet, but working on that. That would certainly alleviate things if we were talking about a GO bus or GO train system nearby. Again, completely different conversation, but in the reality that's been presented here, again, knowing the community as I do, I predict the majority of folks are going to be driving to and from the GTHA or perhaps the Niagara region using a motor vehicle. Those motor vehicles have to park somewhere, and the minimum requirement at 0.3 spaces per unit in those 75 small units, 78 small units, again, I believe is insufficient for that. It doesn't contemplate the reality on the ground. I recognize that the market dictates a lot, but I would like some assurances that we're able to at least offer the minimum 1 unit per one parking unit per residential unit on this. Again, not sure of the proper process in which to do this, and I apologize that this all seems rather on the fly. I think it's a confluence of holidays and a rather wonky process in terms of public engagement, which I'll get into in a moment. But Chair, through you, I would like to see an amendment that would ensure a 1-to-1 ratio, which would call for an additional maybe 50 units of parking. And I believe that the proponents are amenable to this and would like to proceed with your guidance.
So this is a bit new for me as well, because I don't remember a time where we've mandated something above and beyond what are the minimum standards that they're already reaching in 05200 in the zoning bylaw. So I'll have to ask for staff to provide some guidance of, is it possible for this committee to even mandate something that is above and beyond what is as of right?
Through the chair to the councillor, it is possible. That's the will of planning committee. So what I would suggest, and maybe I'll have legislative coordinator Lisa confirm, that it would be a motion to amend Appendix C, which is the bylaw, and the rationale or the direction would be that notwithstanding unit sizes outlined in the zoning bylaw, 1 parking space per unit be required.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Beatty, if you wish to put that on the floor as a motion, you need a seconder, and then we'll open that for discussion. I see Councillor Alex Wilson on the speakers list. Did you want to speak to it now or just as discussion? Because it's going to go on the floor as a motion. So we're going to discuss this as, is committee going to move forward with this or not? So you can speak to it then? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So are we clear, seconder? Councillor Francis? Okay, so the motion that's on the floor then, moved by Councillor Beatty, seconded by Councillor Francis, is that we're amending Appendix C, that notwithstanding the unit size requirements in 05200, 1-to-1 parking ratio minimum will be required for all units in the development. Did I capture that? Yep.
So,
okay.
So,
yes.
Sorry, through just there, just an important note. If that is increased, we would also have to seek committee's direction in terms of how much of that is below grade versus above grade. And I would just note that it would be, I think, a shame if we lost some of the amenity space to parking. And so if it's committee's direction that that additional parking be provided below grade, because right now I believe we have a percentage-based approach. So a percentage of a higher number would mean that more of the parking spaces could be at grade.
Important distinction. So I think we need as a committee to specify that there will be below grade parking. Okay. Additional units will be incorporated in the below grade parking structure.
Yes, and through the chair, if that's the direction, we can, between now and council, work on the actual specific language. But if the direction is that it's 1-to-1, but anything that there be no additional surface parking spaces, that's sufficient direction for now, and then we could work that out in terms of zoning language.
Okay. So Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Beatty just to speak to the motion that's on the floor first, and we'll open the floor for discussion. You've already spoken to it in direction, but if there's anything that you want to add, go ahead.
No, Chair, I think that I've probably used enough oxygen in the room on this topic already, but thank you for the indulgence of the committee and to my seconder for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for discussion, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, really sympathetic to the local councillors' concerns and trying to preserve what is already a tension in the community and try and think ahead. And I think maybe I just have a different solution and maybe how we get there, because I think the way we get out of this is not by continuing to dig the hole, if that makes sense, or continuing to put in more parking and, you know, eventually expanding that road, widening it, like leaning into this constantly. That's how we get assets that we can't afford to maintain as a city. That's how we continue to kind of sprawl and grow out. And so I think what we have here is at our very last planning committee, we set some new parking standards that go in a specific direction. And then at our very next planning committee, we're moving away from that very specific direction. And I'd be open to doing that if there was a real clear reason or rationale. I'm not seeing it here necessarily. What we're talking about is less than 50 parking spots, or around 50 parking spots, which is less than 1 in 10 units in the entire building by my count. So there's over 600 units, and we're talking about less than 50 spots. Car share exists. That's a way to use a car, to drive, to get everywhere you want to go and not own a vehicle. If just 20 residents in this building decided to share vehicles informally through themselves, use a car share, like we're there. We're already making that impact. So I think it's correct that there's not enough right now, but what we're asking for in our climate action strategy is for residents across the city to make different uses. We're talking about increasing 50% of all trips, I believe, by 2050. We're hoping in the urban area happen by transit. We're building the transit, but we have to make other decisions to get there. And so I'm not specifically concerned about this specific site or the impact here. We've heard necessarily from the proponent that this may be achievable. And so I'm very sympathetic to that, but I do have concerns with some of the broad direction that we're setting as a council when it comes to climate and when it comes to our parking minimums, that we're now switching gears. And I just don't think that we can be doing that, especially when the proponent is saying that they would make this change anyway if the need came up in the development. Like it could happen if needed, understanding that maybe there's a different definition of need. The last piece I want to put out there is we have so few tools to control the affordability of housing. We're in a private market-based system, and we are not a private market builder. So we have a regulatory role And we're really just looking at those approvals and looking at what we can do in the planning committee. One of the things we've heard from the development community is that those costs for extra units get passed on to the owners. And so this is a decision right now whereby adding these parking spots, we are increasing the unit value of the building. That may be something we're okay with, but that is a less affordable unit. And I think that really, if the market is the market and it's a private market, then residents should be able to make that choice. If they want to pay less for a unit without a parking spot, let them. So I'll be voting against this, but understand it's hard when it's in your community, you're already struggling with some of these things. There's not a holistic solution on the table, so trying to find ways to kind of get it in these types of things, I can understand that as well, and so understand where it's coming from, but I'm not supportive.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Danko. Also not supportive of it, and I'll explain why. But totally respect Councillor Beattie representing existing demographic and constituents who live there today. I think that this development would probably attract a very different demographic. And beyond that, individuals purchasing a unit here would know the circumstance, know the unit, the amenities, where it is, whether they have a parking spot or not. We heard that there'd be an unbundling. So that will determine who would buy these units. And really, the developer, the builder's taking the risk here, because if they don't have enough parking and people want parking, then they're not going to be able to sell their units. So I think the concern is based on the residents that are there today, the single-family homes that are there today, and the lifestyle that comes with that, and the transportation decisions that are made. We're at a significant inflection point in changing how this city is built. And people will make different decisions. There is better transportation coming. It's going to be several years before this is available. Better GO train, hopefully, transit available, better HSR transit. There is no town center. I was asking Councillor Beattie, where is the town center here? And there isn't one in Winona. You got to go to Stoney Creek or Grimsby. This is a real opportunity to create a little bit of a town center here. And it's another conversation, but as a city, we have some work to do because the QEW is a huge barrier. And without sidewalks, or I think maybe 50 Road has a sidewalk, but it doesn't. So to get to John Wilson Park, to the question that was asked earlier, it's very, very close. And to get over to 50 Point Conservation Area, I mean, this could be a very, very desirable place to live if we made it walkable, cyclable, use scooters when we get them out there, hopefully. But yeah, if we build parking, people will drive cars. So don't support it. Respect where the council is coming from. We really need to think differently. Thanks, Chair Danko.
Thank you, Councillor. On the speakers list, we have Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and similarly to my previous two councillor colleagues who spoke, appreciating and respecting the ward councillor and the points that you've raised in terms of the community as you understand it today, the use of transportation and mode of transportation as it exists today. But I do have to say that I won't be supporting the direction that you're seeking, primarily because I feel like we need to focus on future planning and planning for future generations. And as a city, we have to uphold the targets that we're aiming to achieve. And I believe that the parking minimum as proposed by the developer and as was in the presentation is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Similar to the colleagues who've spoken already, I won't be supporting this. And I want to speak to, I think, a larger thing that's happening that we all know is coming, I think, or hope we know it's coming. It's a discussion around parking minimums and trying to remove parking minimums as much as humanly possible. This would create a super parking minimum in a way, right? Going from what's being proposed already, which is a minimum, to something which is a lot higher. And I agree with what Councillor Kassar said. There's a potential here for this, when it eventually does get built, to be the kind of development that maybe sees a reduction comparatively to other areas in terms of parking. And if not, the developer has the flexibility through the phased plan to respond to that, right? So I think creating or forcing the creation of a one-to-one parking ratio will be passed on, as Councillor Alex Wilson said, to those folks who are purchasing these properties. And it is incredibly expensive to build parking. So I think that we have to keep that in mind as well. How much concrete we pour on the earth, I think, is a big thing and matters quite a bit. And I really took seriously what the developer said with creating greenhouse gas emissions to install the extra parking is also a thing, right? So I think we just have to be very conscious and careful about when we make these decisions. I'm from trying to get rid of parking minimums as much as possible, and I've been pretty public about that, so I can't support that for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So if there's no further speakers, Councillor Tattison?
Always overlooked. However, the space is underground. I will be supporting this. I understand that we live in the here and the now, not the future. I also recognize that if we don't do this now and build that space now, we won't have an opportunity to later, and it'll have to be utilized somewhere else above ground. Again, if we do build it and the needs are not met, and if we do build it and the needs for parking aren't met, I thought that the developer said that they could rent out that space, so it would be used by somebody else, or we could use it for other uses. Once that space is there, it could be, again, turned into storage, whatever the needs of that community are. So I'm going to be supporting this, knowing that, yes, it will create some more, as you say, greenhouse gases at this point, but I think it'll save more in the end. And it could be used for other areas or other uses. So that's my 2 cents on it, and I'll...
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin and then Councillor Beattie for a second time. Councillor McMeekin?
Thanks very much. I intend to support the resolution as well. I think the good councillor has made a point that not all communities are the same. And it's a far more isolated area of the city, far more, sadly, car dependent. I would grant that. But we got to deal with the cards we've been dealt, not the cards we wish we had. And I wish it were different, and if it were, I would not support, but I think the councillor has made a good case. It's the kind of case that I might make, I'm not sure, but I might make out in Waterdown as well. Although it might be different because the traffic congestion in Waterdown is really horrendous already, so it would be a different community, a different decision. But I'll support the good alderman and his request. Sorry, councillor. I'm from a different generation.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to put myself on the speakers list, and then I'll go to Councillor Beattie for the last word. Councillor Wang?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a reminder, perhaps, for committee that 05200 is the citywide zoning bylaw that was just passed in 2017. I believe it came into effect in 2019. Around there anyway. And in 05200, the parking minimums were a big part of that bylaw, specifically the smaller unit sizes, the 50 square meters or less, having reduced parking ratios specifically to make them more affordable, with the recognition that the people that would be buying those really small units are the most likely to not be able to afford a vehicle or to not need a vehicle. So those were specific considerations in 05200 when that citywide bylaw was passed and brought into force. And I certainly, understand, because I've been struggling with this as well, the minimum parking ratios. But just for committee, that was part of the discussion for 05200. And as has been mentioned, we are going to remove parking minimum. That's the direction we're going as a city. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I'll take the chair back, and then I'll go to Councillor Beattie for the last word.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. First, I just want to begin by acknowledging and thankful to the colleagues and the dissenting voices, and I'm fine with that. I completely understand. The direction that we as a city are hoping to get to, I do support, and I do envision a time in the future when we will have a walkable center there, and I think that as a whole, this proposal does lead to better outcomes. And we've made some directions already in terms of some funding allocations to have the sidewalks put over 50 Road, have the sidewalks put over Winona Road. increase the walkability and connectivity of that community and make us less car dependent. We've just introduced transit to the area for the first time. I've had conversations with the HSR director already in terms of bringing regional transit, somehow making that connection point. There's a GO station that is 3 kilometers from the site of this proposal. It's so close, you can almost taste it. But in order to get to that regional transit kind of connection, you need a car. And the path to bridge that gap is still years away. I am thinking in terms of what do we do in the meantime, in between now and the 5, 10, possibly 15-year window where we finally do come to the point of a more walkable, more connected community. In the meantime, I do see this as a deficiency. And although in the future we'll be having different conversations, my duty and responsibility to the community is for the here and now. And the here and now is based on my knowledge of the patterns that people that have been attracted to live in the Winona area, they're going to have a car. And we need to provide some certainty in terms of the minimums, and I think that this amendment addresses that. Again, I understand and I'm thankful for the comments that would take us in a different direction, but this is the path that I believe we need to move forward in this immediate reality in which we're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So if we have no further speakers, we'll go to a vote on the amending motion. Vote in favor is in support of increasing the parking ratio to a 1-to-1. A vote in opposition is in opposition to maintain the 05200 minimums. What's that? Yes. Yeah, we're just voting on the amendment. And that is defeated 5-7. So then we will go back to the staff report and recommendation. Is there any discussion on the staff report and recommendation? Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I did want to offer comments just on a whole. First, just wanted to speak to the engagement process for this. All of the proper required details were followed. The 120-meter radius was, notices were sent out, sign was put up. Nobody actually lives within 20-meter radius. So it doesn't surprise anyone, really, that we didn't have any feedback on this except for the one commercial property, and that came in on Friday. So I want to highlight, even though, and there was some above and beyond, the proponents brought some information to the Ward 10 tent at the Winona Peach Festival for distribution to communities. Some of them were handed out. We engaged with some community members there on the topic. But it makes me slightly uncomfortable that no one responded. And I'm knowing this community well. I don't necessarily take this as a glowing endorsement of the community. I take this as a highlight, perhaps, and I want to flag that there may be, again, our minimums may not take into account some of the nuanced differences within our communities, and perhaps a one-size-fits-all communication plan is insufficient in some cases. And I guess the details will be to follow this when the community reads this in the newspaper in a few days. I suspect that I'll have a great deal of communication and feedback from the community members. And so in the future, perhaps we could highlight and work better with planning staff or better with the proponents on this to go above and beyond that was already done. With that said, with regards to the development as a whole, as I highlighted, this was a truck stop. It's a highly contaminated site. And the conversion and the proposal that's been put before us into this rather idyllic if that's the word, setting with plenty of green space and a connectivity to retail and services next door. There are dental clinics and other medical clinics in the adjacent property. There's all of the shopping and restaurants that you could require, and an LCBO. I'll just let that pause for a second. It also, I like the way that this ties into the proposal that the previous council approved that is on the west side of Vince Mazza Way. That's the Winona Point or Living Way community that's been proposed there. The way that this kind of blends together and uses Vince Mazza Way as something of a corridor. Once we have those amenities put in place, the sidewalks over Winona Road, the connectivity to the lake, the connectivity to John Wilson Park, the connectivity to 50 Point Conservation Area, with all of the improvements that I hope to bring to this community, and with the support of council, I anticipate those happening. I do think that there's a lot of pluses to what's being proposed here, and I'm grateful to the proponents for their vision on this. We could have ended up with a big box store instead. This could have been, this could have been a Marshall's. But instead, I think we're getting something of value to the community. It also focuses density where density ought to be, along major corridors and out of situations where we have infill within ultra low density communities with high-rise propositions going on there that are just incompatible. This, I think, puts density where it should be, and again, thankful for that. I've raised the issues of parking. I've tried to address them. I hope that the proponents have heard the concerns, and I think it's likely that they'll take it into account as they go to market, and well, we'll let the market respond as it will, but I think that they'll find that the minimum requirements will be insufficient, and I'm confident that they will address that as they move forward. And also do want to highlight that transportation in the area with the current capacity of the South Service Road. I have flagged that as a concern. I'll continue to work with transportation planning staff as we move forward to ensure that we do have proper flow through, both along the service road and with our MTO partners at the 50 Road interchange. Those things will be on the agenda for Ward 10 community members, and I look forward to working on those. So with that, Chair, I'll get off the soapbox and stop talking. But again, thank you for the robust conversation around the committee table, and I will continue to be in contact with the proponent and bring feedback directly back to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On the speakers list, we have Councillor Taddison, and I'm going to put myself on the speakers list as well. Councillor Taddison?
Just a question for the chair. Is this an appropriate time to ask staff about questions about this?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of considerations for planning developments like this. So, being that solar panels are the most economical way of producing electricity, how come we are not asking for solar panels on the rooftop of every new build when we're dealing with development?
I'd love to do that, but General Manager?
So through the chair, through a zoning requirement, that would be a challenge to do. I think what we've been looking at through the green standards is try to have those as things that applicants are at least reporting on, and we're able to kind of identify those as potential things that can be incorporated into the development. In terms of the regulatory role the city has, it's a challenge to kind of have those be mandated within the zoning unless it's being done through more of an incentivized framework, which we do have in some cases, not in this part of the city, but we do have tied to some of our existing incentive programs.
So with that answer, respectfully, I don't see anybody making the move to it because we're not effectively incentivizing a move to green. Is there any way that this council could move something like that?
So through the chair, I think when you have the green standards back in front of you, you'll see the way we're structuring around a bit of a tiered approach, where we'd have some minimum requirements and we'd have some voluntary measures. What other jurisdictions have done is they have had a period of time where they have incentivized developers to go to a higher tier of green standard. So I think that's something that council could consider at that time if it looked to that would be a new incentive program. It's not something that exists today. Where I mentioned today, we have some incentive programs that have some environmental performance requirements tied to them. It's some of the recent changes that were made to the ERASE program, to the, I believe it was the tax increment grant program, where applicants can qualify for a higher level of incentive if they incorporate certain environmental measures. We don't specify typically exactly what the measure might be, but we tie it more to the achievement of an environmental standard, such as a passive house or a LEED or something like that.
Thank you. Councillor?
Just I'm thinking along the lines of the purpose of our climate change committee, and if they could, help us see that way forward. And I do recognize that the general manager has said that there is a path forward, and I would challenge this council and our staff to take that path at some point in the near future before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are already on that path towards green standards, so that work is already underway. And we had some discussions about actually bringing an update to committee so that we can have an update for everybody. But really appreciate that. Thank you. Put myself on the speakers list then. So Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair. Thank you. So I am highly supportive of this development. I think as a committee, we've seen some development that I would characterize as not the best quality. This development in particular, I would characterize as a very high quality proposal. And I think you can tell that when Brandon was answering the questions for committee. And I think a lot of the discussion and questions from committee came because this is an unusual proposal, something that we haven't seen quite like this. And it's a bit different. So not all developments are the same. Like the proposal here could have been, much higher density with a much higher ratio of one-bedroom apartments and, just cramming the maximum amount of people into the smallest space possible. But that's not what we're seeing here. You can tell that there has been a lot of attention to detail in how this will actually work for people who are going to live here. So I really do appreciate that, and I think that should be applauded by this committee and council. As was mentioned, the specific lack in particular of mid-rise density in infill locations, especially having the underground parking, prioritizing landscape on the ground floor level, is something that we've seen a few developments start to come through. And as was mentioned, with flexibility with that below ground space that can be parking or storage. One question I do have for staff that we've talked about, and I think we're starting to incorporate into our planning reports, is the discussion about tax density. So this particular proposal here was, as was mentioned, was a truck stop. There was some proposals for some big box retail, that kind of thing. And instead we end up with a multi-story, multi-residential mixed-use development, which I think intuitively would have a much higher tax density than just a typical big box retail development. So I'm wondering if staff just at a high level could comment on that and where we are with actually incorporating that into our planning reports.
So through the chair, I'm going to look to Steve or Nita in terms of when we'll start seeing that information coming forward in reports. I think that the direction of council was to do it can only ever be an approximation because of course we don't know what the ultimate final assessed value would be, but to look at what the anticipated assessment growth would be from a development of this scale. I'm not going to try to do theoretical math in my head on the fly, but yes, I think it's a very safe bet to say that the tax assessment from what's being proposed here will be orders of magnitude greater than what is currently being generated from the site.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, there's also work underway in terms of developing terms of reference for financial impact assessment studies that would be required with certain development applications. I mean, certainly we wouldn't require it for each and every one, but we would look at, you know, this example in particular would be one where we may have requested it when you're looking at a change in land use, which would also look at that impact on the assessment growth.
Excellent, thank you. And I think that is a really important consideration for this committee, that not only is this a good, high-quality development for the residents that are going to be living there, but just from a tax standpoint, it's also really good news for the taxpayers that we all represent in dramatically increasing the tax revenue and tax density on that property. And just as a final note, presuming that this does pass 705 units, adding that to my unofficial running tally, that puts us at 4,730 residential building units approved this term of planning committee, just through rezoning, not including building permits, not including things that are already at site plan, which puts us at 100% of our annualized 10-year housing pledge, and 134% of our actual 10-year provincial growth projections. So we are, as a committee, saying, yes, please build more housing.
So then does that mean that we're going to get that potential incentive from your Ford?
You probably don't want me to comment on the the particulars of how they're actually going to measure this, because I don't think anybody actually knows. But in terms of approvals, you know, we're there.
Thank you. Councillor, any other questions then?
Nope. Okay. I'll take the chair back.
All right, back to you.
Thank you. So with that, if there's no further discussion, we will go to the vote. Moved by... Thank you. All in favor or opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you for the very good discussion on that proposal. Yes.
I just want to advise the committee that I didn't order lunch because I expected this meeting to be quicker. So we can order pizza probably within half an hour or an hour. I'd like to think that this meeting would be over before the pizza arrives. Just letting y'all know.
I think we've done the main issue. There's probably going to be some debate on the provincial policy portion. Councillor Nan?
Sorry, Chair. I had previously made commitments to Public Works Committee agenda review starting at 12, and then I have a Federation of Canadian Municipalities standing committee immediately afterwards. So unfortunately, I'll be leaving the meeting and ratifying votes at council. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We do have an in-camera item as well. So I'm up to committee if you want to break now, or if you want to just move through and we'll get done as soon as we can and get our own pizza. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm seeing that as kind of the consensus. Yeah. So we're gonna keep going. So item 11.1 is the proposed provincial planning statement 2023 natural heritage policies. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Or to leave committee of the whole if we have to.
What's that?
I can also move to leave committee of the whole if we have to do that first.
No.
Oh, good. Okay.
So discussion on this item. Councillor McMeekin, I've got you on the speakers list.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Chair Danko. You know, each time I get a very significant and bulky agenda, particularly in planning, I look for an item where I think I can make a contribution around something that's important. And I think the provincial proposal planning statement met that criteria. And I just want to flag page 183 in particular, and ask some questions about process. There is reference there to staff raising several areas of concern. And I wonder if we get a comment just quickly on how that works. When we register concerns with the province, do they respond to our concerns? Do they indicate where we've had some influence with respect to those concerns? Is there some kind of process that's in place that would help us to believe that there's a chance that we might actually have some influence on provincial policy as this develops? That would be my first question.
So through the chair, I'd say it's not typical that we get sort of a personalized response back from the province about our particular comments and how they may or may not have influenced the policy. We typically would get an acknowledgement that our comments have been received, but we wouldn't necessarily know how they influence the decision-making, short of comparing the final policy proposal with concerns that we may have raised. There is some interaction. Chief Planner Robichaud sits on the Regional Planning Commissioners of Ontario, and the province does from time to time attend those meetings and provide some feedback. But no, we don't typically get sort of a the kind of thing that staff usually puts in our staff report, where we have that table and say, here's the comment, here's the response, here's the comment, here's the response. We don't typically get that kind of feedback from the province.
So given that comment, the obvious supplemental, given that the measure of success would be to see the actual change that occurs based on the comments that were shared, and I assume our comments were shared first and foremost. Can you comment, please, on the degree to which you think our comments influence the change in the provincial direction?
So through the chair, in terms of this specific policy proposal, I'll throw that either to Steve or Charlie or Jennifer, whoever wants to speak to it.
Through the chair to the councillor, building on Mr. Thorne's comments, so what I can say is, though, it's the collective weight of the comments from the municipalities. So through the regional planning commissioners, we identify these concerns. We meet with provincial staff. They acknowledge the issue, and then they will, we haven't seen the final PPS. The tourism group raised concerns around the film industry, and they shared that with the regional planning commissioners, and collectively we came forward and presented that to provincial MMAH staff, and they acknowledged the concerns. And I think so that, and then also we share this information with AMO as well when they're developing their policy positions, and it helps to inform them when they're doing their evaluation. We have not yet seen the final outcome of the provincial policy statement review, so we don't know to what degree the province is going to make the changes to what was proposed in response to these concerns. But the general reaction from staff at the province is they hear the concern, they acknowledge the concern, and they will be taking that under advisement, which we trying to be optimistic means that there will be a positive response that balances what the municipalities are saying as a concern with other stakeholders in the process. As it relates to the specifics today, the earlier report, we did not have any NHS policies. We were concerned that the province would be moving significantly to reduce the policies. Unfortunately, the province did not move in that direction, and generally they are retaining them, but we're just providing those comments where we think we can help the province make the policies better, and then we will be waiting to see ultimately what the province decides as it relates to the update to the provincial policy statement, as it relates to the NHS. But as Mr. Thorne did say, we do share these amongst our planning colleagues and other key stakeholders, so they're aware of what the city has identified as concerns, and conversely, the other chief planners share their material with City of Hamilton planning staff in case, so that we can see what they're saying as a concern. So collectively, we can agree these are the areas of concern or issues, and these are sometimes they're just drafting errors or areas where they can make the policy read in a better fashion. But it's a collective voice that we bring to the table in dealing with the province, and ministerial staff seem to be receptive to hearing what we as municipal planners have to say, because ultimately we're at the front line implementing these policies and making recommendations to council as to how to implement that provincial policy going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's in part very good news. Let me just note with some alarm following significantly on Councillor Beatty's comments about his disappointment with the disappearance of economic development lands. We know we've got an 14% industrial commercial to 86% residential tax ratio, which impacts residential taxpayers in some profound ways. Good to have the comments about the last development. Thank you for those comments, Chair. But just looking at the comments staff have identified on page 183, it would seem that without a response to those, we're really heading in the wrong direction. Reducing the justification for settlement area expansion, reducing emphasis on residential intensification and development of locations along transit routes, for goodness sakes, increasing opportunities for residential rural lot creation in rural and agricultural areas. Councillor Cassar, you had a lot of good comments on that over the several meetings. Weakening restrictions on employment lands is perhaps, in my mind, given the ratios we have, one of the most important potential weaknesses identified. You throw in a little bit of weakening of climate change requirements and a tad of allowing additional ministerial zoning orders that exempt even the Provincial Planning Act. Leaves one really almost in breathless anticipation to see what's going to happen here, given our staff comments and the response. So I just want to put that on the record. I'm very concerned when I consistently seem to read about provincial initiatives theoretically done in consultation with AMO and municipal councils without a lot of overt, visible response. And wondering in terms of, I guess, a couple of things, effectiveness of the provincial government in terms of listening and our effectiveness in terms of articulating what our concerns are. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. On the speaker's list, Councillor Kretsch.
I'll be brief. I share Councillor McMeekin's frustration around the theoretical tools municipalities have to engage in these conversations. It's quite obvious to me that the backyard barbecue is a more facilitative tool than many of the tools we have at our disposal, much to my chagrin. So my comment on this though was about the growth plan for the Greater Horseshoe paragraph in here, and just wanting to talk about that briefly and highlight it because I think it's important for us to understand the kind of thing that's going on here. We're participating in feedback, the government is introducing documents and provincial policy statements, but then also the government of Ontario is proposing to repeal the growth plan. The existing natural heritage policies in the growth plan are not proposed to be included in the proposed provincial planning statement. So just want to, just highlight the kind of way the machinery is working here, right? This thing is happening, this thing is happening, this thing is being included, these things aren't being included, right? And so following all that's tricky. And I do think and hope that, even if cynically, I hope that this growth plan is improved because the kinds of targets that we're suggesting, the kinds of density we're suggesting, are being suggested by the province don't have an end in sight. It's like we keep pushing that number as 2041, 2051, 2061. Like, when do we run out of land? Like, what's the day? Like, pick the day we run out of land, then what? And so there's only so much space, there's only so much property to develop, and I think this is on the mind of everybody, right? Is trying to make sure we don't creep into the green belt at all. I'll leave it there because I'm sure we could talk about this ad nauseum and the various things, but thanks to Councillor McMeekin for that concern about what's happening here in the theoretical framework. I think it's important.
Thank you, Councillor. Not seeing any further discussion on this item. So we need, did I get a mover and a seconder already? Yes. So we're going to approve the recommendations in the report. All in favor or opposed? That carries 9-0. 11.2, Cross Melville Heritage District Committee minutes. We do have some options here. There are recommendations in the report. We can receive the report with no action. We can approve the recommendations in the report, or we can refer the recommendations to a staff report for a report back on further actions. So not sure where committee wants to go on that. I think I'll offer my recommendation then, that we approve the recommendations in the report, as this is a specific subcommittee offering recommendations. If there's, yep, moved by Councillor Wilson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kretsch, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second that motion, but just wanted to briefly speak to the report itself. I do think it's really important when we start to think about how all these different subcommittees, advisory committees are making recommendations to council. When we get a recommendation from staff, it's in a really, I think at this point for most of us, we know where to look, right? We open the report, it's like bingo, that's where the recommendations are, and you read the supporting information. This report is not like that. It requires a different kind of reading, right? You're going to have to try and weed through this, determining what maybe it's going to be. And I've heard around this horseshoe in previous terms of council, frustration from councillors being like, wait a minute, we're approving minutes over here for this meeting and it includes all these recommendations. Why isn't there a separate recommendation report? So I just want to flag that and ask for staff if there's some way that we can always have a consistent format coming forward when a recommendation is being proposed and comment, you know, does staff agree with the recommendation? Does staff not agree with the recommendation? Like this, missing that piece continually puts us in a weird spot as far as I'm concerned, because we're being asked to do two jobs at the same time instead of one, right? So just flagging that as a concern and hope that we can close that gap eventually.
Director Thorne?
Yes, through the chair, and that has come up in other standing committees in the context of other advisory committees. So yes, that's something that SLT and clerks is aware of in terms of having more consistency in terms of what those look like when they come forward to committee and council.
Councillor? Good, thank you. And just to note that 11.2 and 11.3, because we did have a discussion about this in agenda review, are a little bit different than other subcommittees and advisory committees because they are actually making specific recommendations, as you know, on heritage issues. Okay, so we have the direction before us to approve the recommendations in the report, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries unanimously. On to item 11.3, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee report. I need a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And similar, we can receive with no action, we can approve, or we can refer. What's on the floor now is to approve. Any discussion? Councillor Kretsch?
Yeah, I'm happy with approving. I attended this meeting. I want to briefly speak to one item from the meeting, very briefly. It's about the James Baptist Church, right at the corner of James Street and Jackson Street, a block from City Hall. And there's been a large discussion happening at the Heritage Committee, but not necessarily being through the minutes. We're trying as much as we can to try and see if the owner will take that back lot portion and do something meaningful with it, either grade it and allow it to be used as a public space in the interim, because this development has been stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. I think we're at the fourth iteration of developers now, maybe the fifth, where someone buys the property, we're going to do it, and then they sell the property and we start from scratch again. So while that process continues, and I think it'll be a number of years before we see something there, what is the public meant to do with this space with a half-demolished church and a giant pile of rubble with weeds growing out of it? Like, what is that activity? I don't get it. I'll say to them that the new folks have finally secured the fence so that people can walk down the sidewalk, because in winter it doesn't always get maintained, and then the sidewalk the fence pinches into the sidewalk, and then people fall. So there's some attention on that issue, which I'm grateful for, but really hoping that the developer and the city can work together in some meaningful way in the next year or two to see that space be used for something, or at least be cleaned up so that it's not a forever eyesore. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So you have Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just also really briefly, just want to say yet again, this is a Heritage Committee report that's moving forward on some important designations in Dundas. So just want to thank Alyssa, Ken, and the rest of the Heritage team for all of the work going on. We had a bit of a meeting with some local folks who are really, I'd say, the heritage advocates who've been doing this work in community for quite some time, sometimes volunteers with the city, sometimes just community leaders, to kind of touch base a little bit. So I think it's a testament to their work in community, but it's also a testament to the work we see in these reports. Just it's a big file with a lot of backlog, and there's continuous progress being made, and just really appreciative of that.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think with that, sorry, Councillor McMeekin?
Yes, thanks, Chair Danko. I'm just wondering, how big is that lot behind the facade on James Street?
Not very big.
Okay, I won't go there then. Thanks.
Okay, no further discussion. All in favor or opposed? It's ridiculously small. That is approved. Thank you. So on to, I don't believe there are any motions or notices of motion. Seeing none. We have item 14.1, the outstanding business list. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the changes to the outstanding business list. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Tattison. Is there any discussion on the OBL? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Just wondering when we'll get more specificity on what does 2024 mean. Whether that because sometimes it's to a specific meeting date, sometimes it's to a specific quarter, and then in the case of, I believe, both of these, it's a push to the year. Oh, so one of them has a Q2, I believe. But yeah, the other one is, I believe, proposed new due date 2024. So just wondering if maybe I'm missing a specific deadline, or if those deadlines could be shared if possible, so we can keep track of them.
Yeah, so through the chair, we had 2024 in there because we are still, there's still a bit of uncertainty in terms of what the bylaw work plan is going to look like for the sort of the last half of this year, the beginning of 2024. I think we'd probably be comfortable with it with either a Q2 or a Q3, just with the recognition that that's subject to change. There's a number of pretty significant bylaw initiatives that are potentially in front of them for the new year.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, more so specifically referring to the second item under B, it's the support for the NCCM recommendations brought forward with respect to, I believe, combating Islamophobia in our community from the National Council of Canadian Muslims, where it was originally supposed to be due on September 19th, 2023. That's the pushback, so not a bylaw piece, but I do appreciate you clarifying for the other one.
So through the chair, I'll look to Monica, but that was the item that I was referring to in terms of what the timing would be.
Yes, seeing yes from Director Cirillo. Thank you. No further questions? You're good? Yep. Okay, thank you. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. We have item 14.2, General Manager's update. General Manager Thorne.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, just to remind committee and the public of the upcoming special meetings we have related to the provincial removal of a number of greenbelt lands in the city of Hamilton. So as you all, I'm sure, remember, we were directed to do some special meetings, and we have those dates coming up, the first one being this week, the evening of September 6th, Wednesday, September 6th, at 6:30 p.m. at the Ancaster Memorial Arts Center. That session will be more of an open house format. There'll be a presentation from staff and an opportunity for the public to provide some feedback with respect to the community benefits and development priorities related to those greenbelt lands. That open house will be followed next week, Thursday, September 14th, also at the Ancaster Memorial Hall. Ancaster Memorial Arts Center. 6:30 p.m. will be the special meeting of the Planning Committee. And that meeting, although it will be in a different location, will otherwise run very similar to a normal Planning Committee meeting where there will be an agenda, there'll be an opportunity for the members of the public to request delegation status and present to Planning Committee. In addition, we do have the online survey up. And we provide notice of those meetings to landowners in the affected areas, as well as through newspaper ads. And that's my only update for today.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could just ask GM Thorne to go back to your comments on how to distinguish between the two meetings. And in describing the first meeting, an open house format, you said there will be an opportunity for residents to provide their comment. I have been asked, and on their behalf, if you could clarify, when they provide their comments, is that comment that will be registered for committee and council to know of? Because the distinction between having to register for the second meeting as a statutory meeting. I just want to make sure that when residents are at that first meeting, if they provide comment, that comment is somewhere or somehow registered or not, please.
Through the chair, yes, and I can get Mr. Robichaud to elaborate a little bit more on the format, but in both opportunities, there'll be an opportunity for the public to provide input. And the general approach has been not everybody wants to come and do sort of a formal 5-minute stand at the podium type delegation at Planning Committee, so the open house gives an alternative way for members of the public to provide feedback. But if committee wishes, then Steve could speak a little bit more in terms of what those agendas look like.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, Mr. Thorne is correct, yes. So for tomorrow night's meeting, there will be an opportunity for the public they can just indicate on panels their comments and their preferences, and that information will be ultimately form part of a staff report that will be presented at the Special Planning Committee. Alternatively, the written submissions that we receive, we'll be coordinating with clerks to ensure that committee and council has those for that Special Planning Committee. And we will also be doing a question and answer session tomorrow. The tomorrow's session will be recorded, and that YouTube or that video will be available on the city's webpage, that in terms of a YouTube video, and we will be translating through that question and answer session the issues, comments, or concerns that the residents express to be presented with the staff report at the Special Planning Committee meeting. So we will be attempting to capture all of it. Some of it may not be available given time restrictions until very late or as we get closer to that Special Planning Committee meeting. But the intent is for staff to capture all of the feedback we receive, whether it's simply people just putting a dot or a check mark on a panel and tallying up those scores, or where we have the written comments or the oral comments that are made tomorrow at the open house. And so that committee and council will have all of that information as early as possible in advance of that Special Planning Committee meeting. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. I'm wondering through the chair if I could have staff comment. I've received some specific questions about the opportunity for residents to say, we don't want any of this. We just don't want to have our council and our municipality engaged in this discussion at all because we deem it to be not a legitimate planning conversation. So if I could ask through the chair to staff to bring some clarity on the opportunity and the avenue through which people can register that opinion, if that is their opinion.
So through the chair, of course, the public can provide whatever comments they wish, and if we do receive those comments, and we already have, then certainly, as Mr. Robichaud mentioned, in terms of our report summarizing what we've heard, we will speak to that in terms of something that we have heard, so that those comments are not lost, and so that committee has those in front of you. You'll have a sense of what proportion of people have raised that as their fundamental concern or issue. as we talked about when we had our report in front of you a few weeks ago, the province, although I haven't been following all of the news today, so at least as far as our current understanding is, they've not put on the table through that these facilitation sessions will be about if lands should be removed. The lands have already been removed. It's about what those community benefits and development priorities should be. So that is sort of the core question that we'll be asking at these public sessions in order to inform staff's discussions with the development facilitator.
In addition to Mr. Thorne's comments through Mr. Chair, the Provincial Facilitator's Office has responded to my email request as to what does today's announcement mean that the Premier made, and they've indicated that it's business as usual. They have a mandate to proceed with negotiating community benefits and the agreement to allow for the development of these lands to proceed, and unless the Minister or the Premier gives them a different direction, it is status quo as it relates to the process that they've initiated in terms of negotiating community benefits for the lands to be developed and what would be the benefits associated with the development of those lands. So that is the most recent information that I have, and they've just indicated that if anything new comes up, they will let us know as soon as possible. But at this point in time, it's still the status quo as it relates to the community benefits discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfairly, Chair, that was going to be my next question. There's a story in the Globe and Mail in which Premier Ford said his newly appointed housing minister, because the former one resigned, is launching what they're calling a complete review, which of course the Auditor General found the process to be wholly incomplete and not informed of impacts, say, to the natural environment, to prime agricultural land, no accounting for the servicing costs or even the possibility of infrastructure servicing. So my next question was going to be to staff, if they have received any news, although it's pretty new, on what this complete review would mean and what it means for the provincial facilitator.
I think the answer is, as of right now, we don't have any new information, and they're moving forward with status quo was just.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess my my comment is, Chair, the province's own housing affordability task force has stated very clearly that these Greenbelt lands, which have been removed, did not have to be removed and are not necessary for this province to meet its said housing targets. So obviously it is regrettable that of the numerous recommendations that the task force made, I think the government has only looked at 3 of them. And of the recommendations made by Ontario's Auditor General, the last one, the 15th one, I think, is to keep the lands whole. And that also they don't seem to be heeding that recommendation either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin, and then I'm going to put myself on the speakers list. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair Danko. Just picking up on my good friend, Councillor Wilson's comments. Thank you, Maureen, for those. I also read the Globe and Mail reports and some related documentation that's been floating around Queen's Park. We still do have some access to some people there occasionally, right? And I'm hopeful that this might reflect a late but very necessary openness to reassessing what's been done. The fact that some lands in the Ajax area were targeted to be returned to the Greenbelt because of some, we don't use words like shenanigans. I remember when Councillor Kretsch got in trouble for using that word, but so I won't use that. But something was going on there that wasn't sitting right, and Ford bravely came forward given all the swings and arrows that have been fired his way lately, and said, no, we're quite open to returning that to the Greenbelt. So I'm hopeful that this may be a slight opening, and I know that some of the groups that have been advocating most strongly are pressing right now to say now's the time to increase the pressure, because it looks like there may be some openings here. So make that comment generally, wishful thinking perhaps, but I'm incurable optimist. So we'll see what happens there. The question I have around, and Councillor Wilson flagged this in terms of the process with the gathering tomorrow night and the later gathering. We had some conversation when we discussed this initially about the possibility of inviting the facilitator to actually come to one or more of those meetings. Has that been done?
Through the chair, it has. Invitations were also sent, as council had directed, to MPs and MPPs. To my knowledge, we aren't expecting the facilitator to attend. I don't believe she has RSVP'd, but yes, those invitations did go out to both sessions, to both the open house and to the planning committee meeting.
It would be a horrendous missed opportunity if the facilitator were unable to attend at least one of those two meetings, in my humble opinion. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair. Thank you. So this council officially directed staff to work with the provincial facilitator towards discussing what those community benefits would look like with the direction that the province has stated. Since then, as has been noted, there's been significant developments in terms of the minister's chief of staff resigning and then the minister himself resigning, and the continuing Greenbelt scandal continuing to grow and unfold as more information becomes available. However, notwithstanding, we are still, as was just discussed, we are still obligated to move forward, and this committee's direction is to move forward with those meetings with the facilitator. So I'm wondering, through you to staff, to date, what discussions have happened, what information's been shared, and who's been involved?
So through the chair, not very much to date. So Mr. Robichaud and I did have a phone call with the facilitator about 2 weeks ago to advise her of what council's direction was. And we asked at that time that they propose a schedule of meetings, and so that's about all we have had to date. I think we're anticipating that first meeting will be focused on the Book Road lands. We've heard very little about the other two sites within Hamilton. We won't be able to confirm that until we actually see the agenda that comes forward, but that's what our expectation would be. So we haven't had yet a first formal meeting with the facilitator.
Okay, thank you. Reading through the Integrity Commissioner report, there's some really revealing parts about how the provincial government has made decisions and the information that they had available, and the information that the property owners themselves even have available about their own properties. So things like the Book Road lands didn't know that they were within the airport noise contours, that the former chief of staff had no actual information about servicing. They just basically looked at the map and said, well, it's near, an existing urban area, so therefore it must have servicing or servicing available. But they've never actually verified that or had any discussions with municipalities. And the Integrity Commissioner's report specifically cites the lack of any input from municipal partners or comment as one of the concerns that was raised. So my question through you is, are we expecting that we as a municipality will be sharing information with both the property owners, their agents, and the provincial facilitator? And also, how will that happen? Because again, in the Integrity Commissioner's report, there was a deliberate attempt to hide any electronic records where they're using either personal cell phones, burner phones, or transferring data through USB sticks instead of by email or through data transfer so that there's no electronic record. So if we are going to be sharing information, like what information are we expecting that will be transmitted? And I'm sure we're going to use our official city email and data transfer, but I just want to make sure that we're not just going to be handing over USB sticks as has been the practice.
So through the chair, we don't know yet what information the facilitator may want. I mean, our anticipated practice is if there's a request for publicly available information, we'll provide that publicly available information. Something like the NEF contours, that's a public document. If anybody requests that, we can provide what the NEF contours are. Where we have information about the extent of the natural heritage system or information, for example, from our transportation master plan, any of those sorts of public documents, anybody who requests those, whether it's a facilitator, a landowner, or a member of the public, we would provide those, yes, through our City of Hamilton email addresses. So that would be my expectation. In terms of some of the information, other information around like servicing, that work just hasn't been done for most of these lands. As you know, they weren't contemplated within our future growth planning. We did when we had the report in front of council where with the recommendation to oppose the removal of those lands, we had done a quick internal staff review to identify what some of the issues might be. So that also is a public report. And the facilitator and anybody else would have access to that public report. But we don't have detailed servicing plans, strategies for these lands because they were not part of our growth scenarios.
Thank you. And just my final question is on the servicing component, because that was something that was noted by both the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner of something that was not considered at all, the impact of municipalities. And then the cost of that then becomes the issue. And that cost then being paid by the proponents, the property owners, their agents, in order to have to pay for that servicing in order to develop the lands. But as we've done no servicing plans, we have no idea what the actual costs are. So if we are then going to be doing that work to develop costing, to develop servicing plans, my question is, how is the reporting structure for that going to work? Are those going to come to committee as a report to committee and then to the facilitator and the owners? Or how do we actually manage that, all that information that we don't even have?
So through the chair, I'm not expecting that city staff's going to be doing new work and studies in support of the process. We'll share what we have. With the question around who will pay for the servicing costs, I think is a very important one. And anticipate that's probably one that we'd be putting forward to say that should be fully paid for by developers. To cover those servicing costs, infrastructure costs. So above and beyond what is the sort of current practice through DCs. My understanding is, although I think it was the former minister who may have made the comment, that it would be the expectation that the developers would be paying the full cost of infrastructure. I think there's been maybe some waffling on that in more recent weeks, but I would expect that's probably one of the principles that the city would want to put forward, is that the full servicing costs be borne by the developers.
Thank you. And just a final note that I believe that is in the Integrity Commissioner's report, that one of the discussions with the developers is the full servicing costs would be paid by them, but that would also have to include the actual, analysis to find out what the servicing is in the first place, which has not been done. So anyway, thank you. I'll take the chair back. No further discussion. So we'll receive the General Manager's update. Thank you, General Manager Thorne. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Cassar. Thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, moving on to private and confidential. Does the committee wish to go into camera to discuss item 15.1? Yes, for sure. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to move into closed session for item 15.1 pursuant to sections 9.3 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21 I see your hand, Councillor Cratch, I'll get to you. 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. All in favor or opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of committee rejoin the meeting, the committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon receiving reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Also remind members of the committee that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone recording device or camera. Staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from subsections 8.7c when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. So we will now move into closed session. Bit off today, Lisa.
It's not my fault. That report was a 2-hour discussion. I feel like I still do a little bit off.
We're back in open session. Okay, so we're on item 15. This is appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 186 Hunter Street East in Hamilton for lack of decision on Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment, UHOPA 22-006, and zoning bylaw amendment application ZAC 22-014 in Ward 2. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the following. A, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 22032A and appendices A, B, C, and D be approved and remain confidential until made public, coincident with staff's presentation of the city's position to the tribunal. And B, that the balance of this report LS 22032A remains confidential. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. All in favor or opposed? And just a reminder, as I'm reminding myself, to go back into open. Sorry, that's my fault. That is approved unanimously. Thank you. Mover and a seconder to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Taddison. All in favor? You know what today is? Today is Taco Tuesday.
Are you providing the tacos?
Oh, you got, it's BYOT.
There you go.
And we are adjourned. Thank you.